So far, they have named the two officers, Aaron Pearson and Zachary Seraphin, and they haven't given a reason why they killed him. They haven't given a reason as to why they entered when they did or what they did when they did. They switched the scanner to a secret channel right away as well. A lot of their moves are being questioned by the community who doesn't trust the police, who's calling for more transparency and accountability. And when it comes to Minneapolis police, the only officer who's really been held accountable for murdering anybody is Derek Chauvin. As we know, Chauvin got found guilty in a court of law with a trial in the state court, pled guilty in federal court for violating civil rights of George Floyd. He's now been transferred to a federal prison. The killer of Amir Locke is not being held accountable. And it's likely the killers here in this situation will not be held accountable. A lot of times what they use is the fear factor. They feared for their life, they feared for their safety, they feared for this person or that person, therefore they had to kill somebody. It's probably what we're looking at.
AK-47B and 3 stripe AK-50. Mutant gun, I show you how. Semi-auto 50 cal. Do you like my Kalashnikov? Papa Kalash, you can stop by jumping to the ladder. You try to ride shotgun, I tell you mother lovers. Papa Kalash right up front. The fuel is my obsession, to make the perfect weapon. Like Rasputin's rise to the top. Papa Kalash, you can stop, 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 can stop. You never stop, you come too far. Do you know who we are? Papa Kalash, you can stop. You can stop.
That chat is what Joe asked for. Joe asked for Joe wanted a little bit of Slav music, so that was a little bit of AK-50 hard bass. That's by the way, that's the song that Alan Aztec wrote specifically for AK Jesus himself, Brandon Herrera. How's it going, everybody? As you can see, we've got some spice live on the camera. Give me just a minute. I've got to get. I entirely forgot to get my face put on. Let me put my face on real quick. I thought I just left it running because I usually do, but I did not. How is everyone tonight? It's good to see you. Illogical Mindset is the best show. I was watching that. It was a good time. It was a really good time. I was enjoying the heck out of that. So much, though, that it did kind of inform my decision about when I was going to start tonight, because I watched a little more than I was planning on. Yes, that is Brandon Herrera's theme song. There we go. Hey, Holly, welcome. Thanks for being here. Princess, thanks for being here. Anti-Commie, good to see you. Justin, always good to see you. Joe, hit me up on Twitter. I will. I'd love to hang out, man. Hit me with a Zoom link. Senpai noticed me. So I don't know if anybody noticed, but I've been climbing. My account has been climbing. I hit 1775 followers today. Thank you guys very much. Domo arigato to each and every one of you. Not this account. This account, I think we're at 322 here on YouTube. Thank you guys for that as well. We're climbing quickly. But Twitter, 1775, which, as you all know, is the... oh, no. Looks like I lost 3 followers in the last hour, so it's not 1775 anymore. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. That's pretty good, though. But anyways, so back when it was 1775, I got this meme. Yeah! We'll get to 1776 eventually, and then we'll have its own meme for that. But I don't know if you guys noticed, but we got some news today. There was a shooting. There was a shooting in Minneapolis. There was a there's actually a let me pull it up and word it correctly. Minneapolis so there was a standoff with police, but I don't remember how it started. started. It lasted for about 6 hours, and the gentleman killed is the person whose name is right there. I will pronounce it here in a minute when I actually see it, like, typed out rather than written on a sidewalk in a dark city. But yeah, there was a standoff. Apparently he was involved with BLM in the city, and so BLM has been organizing. They've held a vigil. There was a joint vigil between him and Jalen. So some interesting stuff, some interesting developments. Oh yeah, the AK Jesus moniker. I do quite like that one. Viva talked a bit, and I had to drop something on him. Ah, yes. I love Viva. Viva's one of my like I like all of LawTube. I think that it's just like not only are they great personalities, but they are exemplary gentlemen, and they've got a good little friendship circle going on. And how lucky are we that it was a bunch of liberty-minded lawyers that got together for that instead of being a bunch of fucking statist cucks or something. Like I am truly happy that is the way it has turned out, because gee guys, that could have been bad. Today is your Friday. Congratulations. Happy Friday. Tomorrow is my Friday. Although, that just means a show in the morning and a show in the evening. Probably 2 shows in the evening, actually. Joe and I, Tactical Wisdom, and I have a special guest that will be on tomorrow. And hopefully, we're going to get him on Future Conflict sometime. I don't know. Tomorrow would be a good day, but unfortunately, I just don't think that's. We have another guest lined up for tomorrow, and I can't even remember who that guest is. Let me ask Scott real quick. Who is tomorrow's guest? Oh, it's Canon Hotep. Of course, it's Canon Hotep. So we don't want to overload it with guests, right? But I've got another good guest who's an author and a sheriff. Or a I don't know if he's a veteran sheriff or he's still currently serving deputy, sheriff's deputy. F's in the chat for Ivana. Correct, yeah, guy, we'll go through that. Ivana died today. The liberal media was obviously the ghouls that they always are when any of this happens. I don't know, it makes me less I've been ghoulish about people dying for a long time, but it's just because dark humor is how I process grief. Yeah, but we've got a good guest Friday evening as well. So we're gonna have Cannon on the main show on Future Conflicts, and then Joe and I are either gonna do here or on his channel. We haven't made up our mind yet. We're gonna be doing a Riot Watch for Friday because that is generally the pattern, guys. Yup, Sheriff Depp. Gonna be a good time. Joe, let me know if you want to get in here. Like I said, it's up to you. It's your day off, man. I know this has been your first day off in a long time, so if you want to come chill and do Riot Watch, come chill and do Riot Watch. If not, just chill in my chat and leave as you please. Fuck yeah, text-to-speech. So, this is their little rabble-rouser group that's still around. Let's listen to what they're saying.
In without being killed. Such wasn't the case for Tekla.
I mean, it's almost like in one of those situations, one of them literally got out and flopped on the ground and made it so police could run up on him and arrest him, and the other person, like, I don't know, had a 6-hour standoff with police. But we're going to get into it. We're going to get into the story real quick. Hey, good evening, Schley. Gotta be up for work in a few hours, but listening. Hope everyone's well. Absolutely. I can't believe you gotta be up for work in a few hours and you're spending your time with me instead of sleeping, but I know how that goes because I myself am a rabid insomniac. God, it's bad. All right, so let's get into this Minneapolis standoff. I'll read to you guys the story while we're watching this. So at about 4:30 a.m., 6 hours of attempted negotiations with a man who had isolated himself in an apartment resulted in an officer-involved shooting. As far as I understand it, because I've seen stories that were later than this and less sympathetic than this, as far as I understand it, there had been a shooting prior to police coming, which is why police were called. That man was transported to the hospital, however, despite all life-saving measures, he died this morning. And that's the statement put out by the Minneapolis Police Twitter. Would like to see if I fix the audio. Want to link me? Yeah, let me get a Zoom pulled up here real quick. My Zoomers. Been talking to Holly Midwife and Schley. Oh yeah. All right, let me set up a new meeting. And then invite Joe. Hey, guess what? It stopped giving me the time limitations. And I can actually send you an invite directly through the app. So there you go. That's pretty neat. I'm glad we took the time to do that last night. The Young Turks hag encouraged her audience to arm up. She's not the only one. She's not the only one, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till Joe gets here and we can cover that story together. We'll probably be covering it tomorrow morning on Council on Future Conflicts as well. But, oh boy. Oh boy. Is that going to be an interesting turn of events? Hey, good morning, Declar. How you doing? How's the music treating y'all right now? You guys enjoying that? Is it at good levels? That's probably a little bit too loud. I like this track. This track's hot. Joe, I'm also going to send you just an invite link via Twitter, because it doesn't seem to have got you that way. Boop. All right, let's hear what they're saying.
With a trial in the state court, pled guilty in federal court for violating civil rights.
Another day ended in Y.
He's now being transferred to a federal prison.
Philly had a shooting in the subway. Yeah, I saw that. Philly had 7 people shot today in 3 separate shooting incidents, from what I saw. But all of it looked gang-related, in my opinion. It's hard to say, though, right? So we can cover that. We can cover the Philadelphia shootings today. Anti-commie, yeah.
Coming up in the future based on how the Minneapolis police has reacted.
Let's see.
As well as other independent media.
First mug of tea. Well, good morning, good sir. I'm drinking iced coffee. Zach Horton, how you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome.
Jalen Walker, as well as some other situations that we have upcoming. Again, bookmark our page, unicornback.ninja. Check out our feeds across the social media.
Oh, you going on a long drive tomorrow? Princess, that's awesome. It's a good way to. I am honored. I do the same thing. I also listen to long-form YouTube content when I drive, or audiobooks, and I'm honored that I'm now filling that place for you. We'll try and capture as few littlest watchling screams as we can get. She's cranky right now.
Near dates in the future from the city somewhere near as well. You all take care. Have a good one.
All right, looks like he's ending his live stream. We're going to go into a couple of the people who have captured some of the more spicy things that got said at some of these meetings. First of all, we're going to go to literally one of my very favorite Twitter follows. This is Zero Sum, or King Caesar, the CIA simulation warlord. Big fan.
I believe 8 years old.
Hey, Joe, are you here?
I am here, and let me just tell you that my audio is 1,000 times better outside of
outside of StreamYard.
Outside of StreamYard. So, what just happened?
Oh, nothing. I'm just cackling because it's finally the excuse I've needed to be like, all right, We're moving off of StreamYards, Scott.
No, I was. My screen did something silly. I got it now.
Ah, gotcha. Chat says,
Here
well,
we
I mean,
go.
I'm sure you can see chat, but they're excited you here, man. Oh, hey, Brian, drinking some sweet tea, man. I miss sweet tea. I'll tell you, that's one of the things I absolutely loved when I spent time in the South. Was real cold sweet tea on a summer afternoon. Oh. You ever indulged, Joe?
Oh yeah, I love sweet tea. Hey, you need to share the screen in the Zoom thing so I can see what we're looking at.
All right. Do you want the sweet tunes as well, or should I leave the audio off?
Whatever you want to do.
The tunes are
I don't
pretty...
need to see you. I mean, you're attractive, but I don't need to see you.
The tunes are pretty killer. You got it? Oh, wait, no, wrong screen. Hold on. Let me
Wrong
unshare.
screen.
Where's the share options? Oh, there they are. Stop share. Share screen.
I decided that y'all don't get you don't get video tonight of me.
He's not even supposed to be here today, chat.
Right? Right?
Watch
I
your
decided that
Watch your cackle is best cackle, says Declar. I like my cackle, but apparently Mrs. Dolio says my laugh makes her worry for me.
she does. She is a little concerned about you. You seem a little off.
I've been having not a great day. I'll go into it. I'll touch around the edges, but it's been an interesting day.
Did my audio level out from before? Remember yesterday I about blew your eardrums out? Is it better now?
No,
or
it's
what?
it's been totally fine since then, man. I think, and remember that was in StreamYards as well. I don't know what it is. I think one of the new, what do you call it, drivers that you have wasn't playing nice with it. All right, so let's watch this video real quick.
Yeah.
This is from slightly earlier in the night, and we're gonna get progressively earlier in the night as I find these older clips of just different little clips that various people thought were important to save.
She reminisced about how she still has a picture of him with her cat sleeping when he was, I believe, 8 years old, she said. So just, you also heard from a family member who said a family member supporter, I believe, of Tekle's family, who said that Tekle's family's parents were called here by the police and they were brought here, and then they were not allowed to actually see Tekle, but instead send video messages, which is sort of similar to what they did with Isaac Aiden, where they only allowed video messages. And it's just a bad way to negotiate, from my understanding. When you're talking about a human, they came with at least 40 squad cars and SWAT units and armored vehicles, and they thought they were going to de-escalate the situation. But
Hey, I actually got to pause this. Schley, that is awesome. Joe, I don't know if you read this, but you have a new buyer of your books as soon as payday hits, she says. But it is awesome of you to try to keep your son in your thoughts like that and make sure he's you have the ability to help him get home. Airfare is ridiculous right now, like unbelievable ridiculous.
That's actually good news, knowing a little bit about her son's story. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Hey, listen, and you know, check the DMs between us, Shelly. I think that you and I had a discussion about this before. If not, I'm going to send you something here in a minute over in Sniper's Discord.
And just keep in mind, Schley, that I mean, any art that you get, as valuable as it is on a personal level, you know, I'm just saying there are some people here who might offer you an arm and a leg for it. Just saying. I'm not selling mine though. It's got a place of prominence on my desk. I laminated it and everything. Joe would be proud. It's field laminated.
man in the mental crisis, but
Right on. I like it.
obviously coming with that force didn't de-escalate the situation. And as you heard, Marsha Howard, basically she was thinking that them killing him was based off of time. Shift change. Go in there, make your move, get done, go home. Instead, Tekle is dead, and the police get to go home. So this whole block was cordoned off for many hours last night. The standoff started, what they call this standoff, started at 9:30 p.m. and lasted till about 4:30 p.m. from my understanding. And again, there was an officer in Faribault, a person in Faribault, Minnesota, who was in a standoff as well, what they call a standoff. He got taken in without being killed. Such wasn't the case for Techler.
I think we literally watched that one live, chat, but I think it was during the warm-up. I mean, not that I have to say it, but I'm gonna. It's almost as if in one of those cases, one of those people literally laid down in the road and surrendered because it was it's literally their plan to survive and get as much attention as possible, whereas the other person had a 6-hour standoff with police. I'm just saying. All right.
Okay, wait a minute. So this is Minneapolis, not Indianapolis.
Correct, Minneapolis. Yeah.
Well, the first person who sent me something on this told me Indianapolis. Well, this changes the game a lot.
Yeah, it sure does. We're gonna show the meeting they had at George Floyd Square there and see if somebody clipped the spicy parts, and if not, I was watching the whole thing, so I know where the spicy. I know who to look for to get to the spicy parts.
In Minneapolis, they literally don't care what the bad guy was doing.
Nope.
Right? They don't care.
George Floyd Square was an interesting place today. I'll just say that.
In a person whose life was at risk, that they decided to just end it for him. Mm-hmm. Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
I really want to do a rally and cry. I'm too busy really crying.
All right, chat, I'm going to talk about it because it's coming across my mind and I don't often get the ability to do this. But in case anybody doesn't know, the reason they do that call and response thing, it's literally a part of like surrendering your individuality to the crowd. And the more people that they get involved in it, the more people they get doing it, the easier it is to give up. And look, I don't know how much you guys know, but like when they're teaching you about survival, evasion, and resistance, and they teach you about like resisting torture, one of the things they teach you is like they don't, like the way that they get you is in the little things, right? They get you to say just one little thing first. They start with something very reasonable. Like, let's say you were captured over in Vietnam. It'd be something like, well, America isn't, I mean, it's not really the very best country in the world. I mean, like, you guys you have problems, don't you? Like, just say that America has problems. And then you use that as a wedge to build on.
Or I made a mistake in coming here.
There you go. That one as well, right? Those are all easy things that seem reasonable to say, but it's literally just it's the tiny little peel to the edge of that sticker that finally gets it going. They use this to do that in order to twist people into doing what they want, so that later, like maybe 5 or 6 nights from now, when they've got them into an absolute hypnosis of call and response, they can literally just say, throw something at that officer and they'll do it.
It's been...
Only the Catholic Church and Marxists do it, but then again, I repeat myself.
I'm right here. I think Patience, the photographer, goes, y'all thought that we've already gone through a reckoning, but the reckoning is coming. The reckoning is not. Y'all need to be real careful. Because I don't even know if you know who Tapley was associated with. I don't even know if you know who's in grief right now. I don't even know if you know who nationally is going to pick this story up. There will be a spotlight yet again on the city of Minneapolis.
Oh, hey, hold up. We got to pause this. Justin, you actually did change your name to OSINT Lad, something that I believe we suggested here in the stream the other night. It wasn't my idea. I don't remember whose it was. I think it might have been Hunters or Appalachians, but somebody said it, and it's true, though. Hey, JC, good to see you. PD, good to see you as well. Hey, there's the Ham. Good to see you, Mr. Ham. Can we, Joe, I think hamster. I've always liked that idea for Joshua Ham. The hamster. He's been sending me some pretty fire memes. I don't know if you've seen this one, Joe. But let me.
I wonder if Mrs. Joshua Ham knows that he spends his night looking at us on the internet.
I don't know if you've seen this, but this is a pretty fire meme that he sent me earlier, Joe. Thoughts?
That's nice. Dude,
Choice.
her whole story is garbage, right? I was going to go over there and punch him. Yeah, that's why you walked over there with a big smile on your face and shot him the peace sign, right?
Yeah. We'll get into it. I want to watch the video, and then we're gonna get into what has happened to Alex Stein since then, because you have to see what they did to my boy.
Minneapolis just can't get it right.
Can't get it right.
They cannot get it right. And it's our job to help them. And sometimes, as my students know, them lessons be hard. They be hard. But you're gonna learn.
Well, I think everybody who came out to speak today really want to thank your sister for coming out here right after her brother was executed and murdered this morning. So let's continue to hold her up, support her, demand justice and accountability. And
I want to note to everyone the prominent use of the color yellow in leadership and security positions, just for the record.
Yeah, and I've talked a lot about this. We can get more into Hegelian dialectics and that kind of stuff, but just remember that to these people, colors have extra meaning, and they definitely like. It's not just that they've organized around it. They believe in this whole magic mindset bullshit. Well, we'll talk about it. I've got an expert I'm going to bring on about it, actually, because he's done quite a bit of studying about how the rules of their little weirdo magic system works. The audio sucks. Uh-oh. Help me nail that down. What sucks about it? Do I need to be louder? Does the music need to be less loud? I just did both those things. Let me know.
Immediately. Also, really start having these conversations with your neighbors, with your friends, even your black ones, because we need to know that our lives matter. That you might have to wait before you go back to the house for a couple hours to save somebody's life. You might not need to be in such a big hurry.
All right, let me pull up this other thing, because the guy who was shot was apparently a known commodity. Here, let me pop this up. So this is he was one of the riot leaders or organizers during the 2020 and 2021 riots. He was, there's actually a whole bunch of pictures of him like that. And it looks like, yeah, that's part of why they got the response so quickly, is that his sister is also one of the organizers there in the city. I mean, yeah. It's that is the case.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What do you suppose would happen to me if I sat on an MRAP like that, or on a Lenko Bearcat like that?
Brother, we would be...
They'd still be scraping my brains off the windshield, wouldn't
pretty
they?
much, yeah. Yeah, I mean, either that or they'd still be scraping pieces of you out of the drunk tank. Because they might be kind enough to just give you a beating and toss you in there.
Seriously, it's a form of privilege at this point.
Let's look and see if anything's live out of Minneapolis. But this was that meeting. We'll pull that up earlier. Looks like nothing live at the moment. Oh, hold up. So this looks like this was during the active shooter situation. Let's we're probably not going to see much.
Yes.
We'll come back to this one, Chad. I hadn't seen this one before, so we'll come back to this. However,
ironically, this happened while they were having the Jalen Walker vigil.
yes. Well, no. Yes and no. They had already planned the Jalen Walker vigil, but it was kind of looking like it was going to be little, and then they made it into a dual combined event where it was still like all the flyers and stuff still just said Jalen Walker, but at the end of it they turned it into this big. Let's talk about all the. Well, you'll see. I'll get to that part. They did a big fire and brimstone, bring this energy to the battlefield talk. It was quite masterful the way that the particular speaker made sure to continually use and hook lines to be like to make it not clear that she was calling for violence while still very clearly calling for violence. You know what I mean?
I want to talk about the Pan-African flag behind her for just a second.
Do it.
So this is one of the fallacies that come out in all of these things. They'd say they're talking about rights and treatment by police, but the minute the Pan-African flag, which is a flag whose colors don't actually, I mean, the colors are used in a lot of African flags, but nowhere in Africa uses this flag.
Nope.
Okay. When that comes out, it shifts from a civil rights thing to a black supremacy thing. And then that's where the problems start to come in. I'm all about equality, but when you start holding up a different flag that symbolizes you and your people, that's not equality.
Well, and maybe like to be super steelman and fair, maybe not even necessarily black supremacist, but at very least black separatist, right? Like at the very least, if you're flying this flag, you believe that black people need to have a separate country.
Right.
So, I'm not a big fan of segregation. I don't know what to tell people. Like you're not gonna sell me on that. From either side of the fence. So, I don't know, folks. So anyhow, let's get into.
I put this flag right next to the Patriot Front flag. Right.
Oh yeah.
Nonsense.
Oh, 100%. Well, I mean, the scary thing about it almost is like the Patriot Front seems so less scary because they are pretty obviously Fed controlled or Fed op or Fed guided, right? Like I'm sure that there are Fed guided aspects to the Black nationalist movement. The scary part to me is all the ones that aren't, that just kind of seem to fly and go a little renegade.
I'm pretty positive, for the record, that on the Black liberation side, that Grandmaster Jay was a Fed asset the whole time along, because when
500%,
when the guy shot the cop down in Dayton, Ohio, and the network was hiding him, where did he get caught? He got caught on Grandmaster Jay's property, because Grandmaster Jay called the feds and told them he was sleeping in the treehouse. So there is that. And here's the thing, and this is why you can't allow the Patriot Front flag to stand. It too closely resembles the flag of the state of Ohio, which is an abomination should not exist.
It's true. I believe, Joe, I don't remember exactly what verse it is, but somewhere in there has got to be, yea, and ye shall destroy Ohio, for it is an abomination unto me. I mean, I'm going to look for it. It's in there somewhere.
Hey, Kami, Anti-Kami, I don't think Thomas Rousseau is an informant in the Whitmer case, but maybe.
Akron, I've heard that idea proposed before. The question is, where would you give them besides California? Why did that get that has no chill? There it is.
Where they send billions of dollars.
It is just like, hey man, I just want to eat a Reese's peanut butter cup. I don't even know what's happening.
This kid is here the whole time, and he's the cutest thing. I absolutely love this kid.
They're not teaching their children to read even. They get them ready for the prison pipeline, but they don't kill them first. So we have to step up and let the world know, just like we did with George Floyd. We're
He's
not
birdie.
gonna take it.
I know.
It's not all right. We're not going to run away. We're going to keep fighting.
On a real, not even sarcastic note, I actually do like the colors that she's wearing work good for her.
Killing our children, our uncles, our fathers, our sisters, our daughters.
Yeah, look at my clothes, not me.
We're not
Exactly. I wasn't going to say it, Joe, but there you have it.
I also don't want to point out that the design down the front of there is somewhat dodgy.
Yeah, I was gonna say might be a little suspect if we saw that on a teacher. We might worry.
I mean, maybe she just came from the LGBTQA thing. I don't know.
Or you know what? It could just be one of those women's liberation things.
I'm 73, you know I'm tired. I've been on here a long time, but we can't stop.
Came right over here from the vagina monologues. You never know.
This is about your world and your lives and your children.
Here's the thing for our poor chat. Now they can't unsee it.
It's okay. I'm sure Nancy will have one of these on within a week.
Young folks, you cannot give up. Keep the struggle going.
Right?
So I'm gonna do motivation real quick here.
Yeah, I agree. I think orange are her power colors. She's an autumn.
Everybody, and I know that my God.
Is it a condom on the microphone?
I don't know. This is like the concession to the maskers for a microphone. I think is what that is, and I've seen it in a couple different places. Anyhow, so she's all done being spicy for now. Why did that suddenly be full blast again? Stop.
Aaron Allen.
So they're gonna go over everybody's name. They're gonna pour a little bit out for all the homies. They do that for quite a long time, and then this dude speaks. He's okay. He actually is more of an actual kind of spiritual, less violent kind of thing. It's this chick. Where does she start? This is the one who she's a real firebrand.
Woo! How y'all feeling? So I'm gonna call up
This
prayer
one.
warrior. We're just gonna do some down home.
I like how they're proud of running off the only gas station in the neighborhood.
Wait, yeah.
To be honest with you, it was the black church that allowed us.
I've been there. That's it. That's the only one.
Although I am gonna say, if this was done with spray paint, that is actually pretty damn impressive. I am not gonna lie. It's pretty cool. Something tells me it's not, though. Something tells me it's like a roll-on or something.
Our secrets on how to get through the woods to get to freedom. And so sometimes we do have to revert back and remember that God is in control of everything. God is in control of everything.
Angron says if she can wear that, he's going to wear a Landschneck outfit from now on. Hold up. I actually got something for this.
And so that's where Jalen's family is right now. You know, people think that folks are in shock. They call it grief. They call it, but it's that.
Men, what's stopping you from dressing like this? Huh?
Hold on, though. I'm going to tell you right now. Those are some legit dudes right there.
I wasn't kidding. It's the Swiss Guard,
They
guys.
still train with halberds and swords.
Yup. They know their way around weaponry from the 1600s all the way up through modern, and are exceptionally good with it. And given their fairly low numbers and extremely elite status, they legitimately have some of the individually finest individual warriors on the planet. Untested for a very long time, true, but still.
And they actually do have their own like special ops group too that is there for things. And just because they wear Ronald McDonald costumes on a daily basis doesn't mean they don't have real uniforms too. But
Is it 1400?
They just like to
Connie?
dress like Ronald McDonald.
Thanks for the correction. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that halberd's a 1400s thing.
Unfortunately, though, chat, as cool as these dudes are, this is, I'm pretty sure, these are like some of the dudes protecting some of the people we like the very least. And I'm not talking about the Pope.
What do y'all know about the Black Pope? I'll tell you all about it. Anyway.
When you really connect with God, you realize He is in control of all of this. Because He is. And this is spiritual warfare. This is a battle of love and hate. Right? And so if we don't inflict the tools that we have at hate, we're going to lose this battle. Because it's not a physical. It is a spiritual battle. So we're about to get down home for you. This is Faith Allen. I met Faith when she was in middle school playing basketball. And Laura Jeffrey, my wife, was her teacher, and I came over there to come.
You know, legitimately, I want to say something here. Declar is right on. This is the point. Like there are other signs, but this is the check engine light of weight issues. Is when you get this right here.
I was just gonna say, I've known her since she was in middle school. When I came over to her house and I ate all her mama's muffins.
Coach, and I was
know what I
talking
mean.
In this crowd, you can never be too sure.
to this young girl. I said, man, this kid.
That did not help.
Pray before, then you know what I'm talking about. But if you haven't, I'm gonna just say, I just kept trying to give her the microphone until one day she took the microphone. And so here it goes.
Hey, Joshua Ham. I'm not a biologist.
I always want to follow the Holy Spirit.
I'm going to point out that the man behind them is most likely from MPD Intelligence.
Justice for all.
Oh, what? This guy? No, that brother looks really down with the crowd.
No.
Oh, brother.
He's even carrying the obligatory recording tablet.
Oh, brother. Oh, I wonder if that's like part of the deal they have. Is it like, hey, you have to send your officers, obviously, and we won't try and kill them or something. I don't know. Who knows?
We are standing in the land where finally, when it took everybody to fight, George Floyd won the battle.
If you look, he's clearly carrying a gun on the right hip.
George Floyd won the battle. He got the verdict, everything. But let me tell you, the same energy it took to get George Floyd is the same type of energy it's going to take to get justice for this young man. Do you not understand this is a young man that got shot? This is a my generation. How old was he? About 20, 21 years old? It's going to take everybody to rise up because I want somebody to understand the fight don't have us. We got the fight. We got this. It don't have us. Every stepping stone the white man has tried to place in front of the black community, we have to overrise because we're more than conquerors, says the Bible. The same energy it took George Floyd to get the man in jail is the same type of energy we're going to need to get this young man killer in jail. I need everybody to know, don't arise for one, arise for all. Justice has already been won because justice goes out to the righteous, says the name of the Lord. Y'all gotta understand something. We're talking about an unarmed.
Do they have a class where they teach this tone and cadence? Or do they just like all watch Martin Luther King? Because that's what it is. Like it's the Martin Luther King cadence and tone. Like, am I wrong? Like, am I blowing that out of proportion, chat? Because like, I hear it.
First of all, though, no, you're not wrong on the tone, but I am going to correct one thing. Martin Luther King Jr. would slap the mess out
Oh,
of these people, and he
yes.
would be embarrassed and ashamed of what they've become.
Oh, certainly. I just meant that they're trying to they're trying to affect his speaking style almost, and I some people might view this as an insult. I don't. It's almost in an Elvis Presley impersonator style way, where it gets quite good, and the better they are at it, the more popular they are to be called as speakers among circles. I might be wrong.
It's possible.
Slam poetry teaches them. You actually might have a point there, Holly. I've never really
Take a look at her. Look at what she's wearing, though.
this pink.
Anti-social social club. That's an Antifa hoodie.
Oh wait, hold up. You know how much that costs too? Hold on.
Oh yeah, we're anti-capitalism, but here's our hoodie for $278.
Let me see. Hold up. Let's pull. I'm gonna find that one, chat, because they've got pink going on. Like, oh, it's mailing list only, so I can't even. Let me see if there's another way to do this. Okay, here we go. So let's find one that looks like that, eh? So anti-social social club hoodie. 50.
The T-shirt is $100.
Jesus Christ. So this is not even the zip up. This is the just the plain hoodie, and that's 130 without the discount. Jesus Christ. Yeah, boys and
Click
girls.
select options. That's hers right there.
This one.
125. That's hers.
So she's probably a medium to a large. I'd say a large. Well, let's go medium. Yeah, 125. I mean, it's not cheap.
Black man.
It doesn't look nice either.
Hoodie.
For a shitty hoodie.
I freak out when I got to pay $40 for a hoodie.
Right? Like, dude, I'm sorry. I hear dudes on Goon Twitter talking about spending fucking $500 on a set of pants. What the fuck you talking about, bro? If that ain't made of denim and I can't get it at Costco for under $30, you can fuck right off.
Right?
Who was in his car? When did running start becoming a crime? I want to ask everybody that. When did simply running what God has given you, using your legs, start becoming a crime? Well, I came to tell you it's not. They was just threatened. Why be fear of a man that don't even know you? He didn't know you from a can of paint, and you shot him for no reason. We're gonna have to keep the same.
I mean, as far as I've understood, the reason was probably the shooting that he committed before police showed up. Hold on, let's read before we go any further. Let's read this story. At about 4:30 a.m., 6 hours of attempted negotiations with the man who had isolated himself in a department resulted in an officer-involved shooting. The man was transported to the hospital. However, despite all life-saving measures, he died this morning. The following information regarding what led to an on-scene police response is based on preliminary information. This preliminary information is subject to clarification by the Minnesota Bureau of Crime. Yeah, whatever. I don't give it a shit. On Wednesday, July 13th at approximately 9:30 p.m., officers from Minneapolis Police Department's 3rd Precinct responded to a report of shots fired inside an apartment building on the 900 block of 21st Avenue. A mother with 2 young children called to report that someone had shot into her apartment. The officers arrived on the building's 3rd floor. They heard additional shots. Officers saw debris exploding from walls as shots were fired. Officers called for backup and worked to rescue the mother and her children from the building in this active shooter situation. So, reminder, they just arrived onto an active shooter situation. So, I wouldn't exactly call that no reason.
Unlike the people in Uvalde, they literally did something about it.
They sure as hell, from both ends of the spectrum, too. They went after him as well as trying to evacuate people and calling for backup. Instead of standing in the hallway, listening to the mother and children scream. We'll get into that later. There's some, as you guys know, some Uvalde video came out yesterday. We might cover that. It depends on how much I deem I can afford to raise my blood pressure. Let's see. As officers arrived in the building's 3rd floor, as these bystanders were brought to safety, officers were able to focus attention on a man who had isolated himself in a 3rd floor apartment. So it looks like negotiation SWAT showed up. tried to negotiate with him all throughout the night and in the early morning hours. These attempts included identifying and calling the man's cell phone, as well as bringing the man's parents to the scene to help. I mean, guys, that's actually like above and beyond, in my opinion. Like, they literally had to go out, find his family members, contact them, get them over there in the middle of the night. It is something that is done, but it's definitely not something that happens every time. They tried communicating through phone, voicemails, video messages. Officers also made numerous attempts through a public address system to instruct the man to exit the apartment with his hands raised. After 6 hours of attempted negotiations, an officer-involved shooting occurred, resulting in the life-threatening injuries to the man. The man, believed to be in his 20s, was transported to Hennepin Healthcare, where he later died. Look, guys.
In other words, a sniper shot him.
Yeah, but what's the line from Brooklyn Nine-Nine? That's not how you negotiate. Negotiation works where you keep them talking until one of us forgets what they're doing and stands too close to a window. Oh. But it sounds like no one else was harmed, which, in my opinion, that's a win. That's a win, folks. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Triple time, baby. That's right. Overnight, 6+ hours of standoff. Had to spend $500 to get nicer clothes when running for office. I can imagine. I did security for a friend a few years ago, and no longer fit the old suits that I had, and so I had to get an off-the-rack suit to go to the security gig. It was not a fun time. Let's see here. You have sprung. Well, maybe New Black Renaissance. Who knows? Maybe good will come out of this. Who knows? There's always some good that comes in every bad, right?
Hey, on the suit thing you were just talking about. So, my last corporate job was with a department store company that's no longer in business, but as on their corporate security team as a lead investigator and a head of their executive protection unit, I called down to the fashion department, men's fashion, and had the lady who handles all of the suits for the big flagship store. I had her go around and find me all of the Joseph Abboud and Ralph Lauren clearance suits she could in my size, ship them to the main store so I could buy them all for like $40 with a discount and everything.
Oh.
So I've got like 7 very nice suits out there.
Oh, very nice, my friend. Yeah, and mine was an emergency situation where a friend of mine in the crypto world had to meet with somebody near a large city that I was near, and the person they were meeting with had a history of being, shall we say, highly untrustworthy.
Okay, hold on. I got to address something. Anti-commie, yes, I did work for Sears, but that's not where this was. This was after Sears. So I worked for Sears when they had a headquarters building here in Metro Detroit. It was called Kmart.
Lance Corporal Veteran, I saw both of your absolutely real Gilded server accounts on Gilded. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Okay, so PD, yes, I worked at Montgomery Ward's a million years ago.
Oh yeah,
and Hudson's was once part of the Target Corporation, where I worked in Minneapolis for, but no, this last one was called the Bon-Ton stores, Carson's, Carson Prairie Scott, Yonkers, a bunch of other department stores all rolled into one. They're no longer in business.
Anti-commie, you're totally right about that. That is a sad situation, and you're probably right, which is, I think, literally exactly why the government assassinated them. I'm not even going to get cute with that one. One of them is proven, and the other one is it's just a matter of time before they release those, or somebody accidentally leaks them if they haven't been burned already. Joe, as long as we're on the topic, I've always had a question for you. How did you get started? What was your very first security gig?
Well, let me tell you this. So when I first left the Marine Corps as a military policeman, I was a bit salty because I was leaving under a medical, and I didn't really necessarily want to. But the Stroh's Corporation here in Metro Detroit was hiring bodyguards right at that moment, and I just happened to walk right into it. So Stroh's had like a little mini city inside downtown Detroit where there's a factory, their headquarters, like a bunch of apartment buildings and bars and restaurants that they owned all of the property on. So I was on the team for the Mr. Stroh's at the time. I don't even remember his first name, but he was an old man in a wheelchair, and we had to take him around and keep him safe and all that kind of stuff. And PD, you just located my actual literal office. That's creepy. You just totally and completely doxed where my office was.
I don't know if you've noticed,
my
but like,
office was in the Carson's building in Laurel Park Mall.
yes, I don't know if you've
Nice.
noticed, but the most autistic of our OSINT followers seem to have all melded into my main group of chatters. They
Dude, literally no one even knows that the Laurel Park Mall exists. It's this little tiny mall, and that's funny. But PD, yes, my office was indeed in the Laurel Park Mall.
You guys are good.
But anyway, so Stroh's was the very first one, and I worked there for quite a bit.
Well, good. So Watcher almost started a job in corporate security. I was gonna be a desk boy for PayPal there for a little while, guarding one of their many server room operations. I am really glad I didn't do that.
So I went from that job over to I did some. I went to the Amway Corporation, right, which is really big in Michigan. And there's like 3 or 4 families, and I actually met Eric Prince there because his sister is married into the family.
Ah.
And so did a lot of bodyguard work there. And while I was doing that, I took a part-time job working for Montgomery Ward. And as they were cutting back their executive protection team at Amway, I kind of rolled into a career as a corporate investigator for retail stores. So Montgomery Ward's, then over to Target on their corporate investigations team, and then headed to Kmart for the same thing, and then Carson's, and now I just kind of run my own contracts, do my own thing.
That is a very interesting set of skills, and you need to talk to me because I might want to add you to a team I'm putting together. I think Joe knows the team. He's on it.
Yeah.
That's a good set of skills we would very much like to add. So come talk to us. We'd like you to join our roster. We'll have some interesting content coming out this fall if things go the way we've been predicting, Chad.
Right. Let's not forget also that I'm leading somebody else's entire team. So.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah.
But we can do both at the same time.
I'm happy. Also, I'm hoping that the secondary team can support the primary team. We'll see. We'll see.
Exactly right.
All right, let's see here. Don't worry about that, Lance Corporal. We can leave both accounts on there. It's not a big deal. Although, if you guys did join the Gilded account, make sure you go look through the rules and leave a reaction to the rules. That's how you move from basic pleb up to operator status.
To answer PD's question, what happened to the Stroh's property? It's now the area where same with that brewery down there. PD, you know, they do a run every year along the river, but that's where the property was. It's now kind of just been sold off into different pieces and got smaller and smaller. It was right across. It started out right across from that the Whitney and went on down.
All right, guys, let's listen a little more of this commie gobbledygook.
Energy. I know you're tired. I'm tired. These are my people. This is my generation we're losing. You don't think we get sick and tired of this? But don't quit. There's so many people that wants to stop, and I came to tell you, don't stop. Keep using your voice. Keep doing poetry. Keep showing up. Your voice matters. It matters for George Floyd, and it's going to matter for Jalen, and it matters for other people, and it's going to matter for this young man, because this young man's life we're tired. What if people gonna start realizing I'm through? Don't be through. Keep fighting. This young generation, talking to every young person up in here, we are the next ones in the battlefield. We can't quit. This is our time to arise. This is our time to get back on the battlefield. To say, not Generation Z, you got the wrong generation. This is the time that young people rise up. You don't got time to be going against each other.
Pretty sure she went to the salon before this and said, I need you to put the angry eyebrows on me.
Oh, and she
Like it was Mr. Potato Head.
oh, she done got a blowout too. You can tell.
Why are we talking about each other? Why are we gossiping? We don't have time for that. We don't have time to be not supporting each other. We got time to stick together because there's a battlefield waiting on us to fight. Our future is in trouble. What are we doing? Our sons are in trouble. Our pastors in trouble.
Hey, Auntie Kami, we'll be talking. I don't know about which disappearance you're talking about there. I'd be very appreciative if you link me either on Twitter or on Gilded. I'd love to talk about any Planned Parenthood disappearances because we do actually have a story related to Planned Parenthood in the news today that we will be covering after this. We had the well, I won't spoil it, but something happened to our newest least favoritist terrorist group on Twitter. We'll talk about it.
Our daughter's in trouble. What are we doing? I said this about Philando Castile. I'm going to say it. What type of village member are you? Do you just show up when the cameras are out? Or are you going to show up no matter what?
I would like to point out that when she said, when did it become illegal to run? It's always been illegal to run from the police. Always. On the second day they had police, they're like, we should probably make it illegal to run from us.
Oh, hey, good idea. That way we don't end up having to do this thing where we have to chase people and then potentially get violent with them and end up in life-threatening situations. All right.
And there was killed in Ohio. Says everything about you. The fact that you're not willing to always be on the mic, but you're ready to stand and say Black Lives Matter, that says a lot about you.
Well, we've heard it before, we've heard it before, Dindu. We sure have heard it before, but I'll tell you what, it's been a good year and a half since I've heard this kind of talk. Actually, it's been almost 2 years since I've heard this kind of talk, in fact. Joe, am I wrong? I've not heard this kind of agitating in a good little while.
No, that's it.
The same justice George Floyd got, he got. The world may not see it, but God sees it. I'd rather God to see it than man to see. I'm sorry.
Oh, turn up your volume. You got it. You got it.
Judge. And for the people who did that to this young man, they're going to have to pay. Don't think that the righteous go unforsaken, baby. The devil is a liar. God got something for them killers. They're going to have to answer. And if they don't repent, they're going straight to hell. This is real gospel. I'm sorry. I feel like talking today. Our future's in trouble. What type of village member are you? It's going to take a village to help Generation Z. What type of village member are you? Are you training us up? Are you harming us, taking advantage?
Hunch, I would suggest, and this is what I have personally seen this far, I think there's no video coming out of Tripoli because I think they shut the internet down 2 days ago, and I think nobody noticed. I just go to the wrong church. Oh boy.
Man, she needs to lay off the energy drinks.
Oh yeah, no, she's practically shaking. It's great. She's not even at peak fire and brimstone yet. Hold up.
We don't got time for that. We need people on the front line to teach us about it. Because I'm tired. My generation is tired. Ain't no more George Floyds. Ain't no more Jalen. I rebuke all them racism spirits in the name of Jesus.
Breathe. Catch your breath. Catch your breath.
Generational curse. Every man that has racism in their heart, we rebuke that in the name of Jesus. You mistribute to the name
Slide Sugar, you are not wrong.
We mad, take that to the battlefield. We angry, take that to the battlefield. But just know we won the battle. Cause we're righteous. It did nothing wrong. We won the battle.
Augustus Tiberius, 100%, which is why I meant what I said earlier about, do they literally have a training class to teach people the Martin Luther King cadence in the same way that back in the day, film studios had training classes to teach people the transatlantic accent and cadence? I suspect that they do. I'm not exaggerating. It is a bit of a meme and kind of a joke, but legitimately, I bet if I dug into this far enough, you'd find that one of the traveling acts that various different organizer groups have that come around teaching weapons classes or agitator classes or crafting classes on how to make those dumbass shields they carry around and all that kind of shit. They even do classes on logistics. Do you know that? They do classes on how to set up logistics warehouses, get a bunch of crack-addicted homeless people to come work for you for crack, and then pump out all the shit you need to produce riots for months on end. They teach those as classes. So I'm wondering which one, like, it'd be interesting to find out exactly which one of their traveling acts is teaching people to speak in this way. Any comment on that, Joe?
I was asking somebody, but yes, I mean, Mike Shelby tells a story of the time that he and another person who shall not be named encountered an Antifa trainer from Boston down in Louisville. And the guy said that was exactly his role. So...
And they prefer the guys, just to be clear, or at least the guys who have gone out and done foreign service as Antifa with either the YPJ or one of the many other groups that Antifa's out there literally fighting alongside. Those guys do tend to, because they get paid for coming to do these workshops, those guys do tend to get the higher billing.
Well, it's like that doesn't mean had that they arrested for planning to be a sniper at some far-right events, who had been a sniper for the YPG. They had to wait to arrest him till he got back in Florida because he was out traveling the country and training. So they're legit about this. They mean it.
You know what, guys? It really brings to light something that a staff sergeant of mine really wormed into my head when I was in the Marine Corps that I thought was over, but turns out no. He said, Watcher, there's somebody out there right now training to kill you, and your literal only chance is to train harder than they are. Let's see. What do we got in the chat? Brett Carr. You need to teach people how to hive crack addicts to... Yeah, no. It's... it's a skill that hillbillies have been doing for a long... Yeah, I know, but they're talking about like the inner city unproductive ones that are usually found at shelters. And who runs the shelters? Largely leftist organizer groups. Look, like, we could get into this, chat. There are people I could bring on to talk about this. There's a whole large system. Like, homelessness in inner cities is a industrialized system that keeps people addicted to it to get maximum dollars out of the government in a very, very, very similar way to how a lot of foreign countries aid grift. Get fit or you're gonna die. That's right, Slide. Also, stay strapped or get clapped. It's just a fact of life. Hey, Joe Dutchman, what's going on, man? I don't think I've seen either you or Sugar Slide here before. Welcome, both of you. It's good to have you guys in chat. I like having new people around. Non-profs and NGOs. That's correct.
We don't fight. That means we continue to arise again. Let's pray.
Hey, T Greater Rex, I think you asked me a question earlier, and I just want to answer it before you head off. I used to do the build my own coils. I now have the in-betweeniums. It's not disposable. I go out and buy fluids, but I also buy wicks. It's one of those. It runs an 18650, and it's got a tank on the top that's got a little wick to it. I used to smoke 2.5 packs a day, and so I do vape a lot, but it's considerably better for me than what I used to do. Outside jobs and people with nervous habits are generally bad combinations.
Hey, if I have to pop off, I'm trying to grab a hold of a guy and pull him off a ledge. So I'll
Okay.
let you know if I have to pop off.
Okay, you let me know if there's anything we can do. Please let us know too. Always more
I
worthwhile.
see Josh is trying as well, but I actually might have an in here.
Okay. All right. Hey guys, do me a favor right now. I'm not joking. I am being incredibly serious. Just reach out to a friend that you haven't talked to in a long while. Just say hi. Just make sure they're like, just say, hey, how you doing, buddy? That's all you got to do. Like, take a second solid right now and just do that. Like, it could literally save someone's life. Hell, you know what? I'm going to do it right now. Lead by example, right? Hey, Joe's not taking off just yet, but he might have to.
Seriously, this is the deal. There are many guys up there. Guys, I'm not leaving yet. If I have to leave, I will. But does everyone say goodbye? I haven't taken off yet. There are many guys on Twitter who will tell you that I will pick up the phone at 4 a.m. And we have to be that way. We have to stop sharing these silly hotlines where if you call there's no one who knows you. Call the vets you know and talk to them because they know you care about them.
Yep.
This is an issue very near and dear to my heart. I shared a GoFundMe earlier for a woman who is a veteran who is burying her husband who committed suicide, and I just can't lose any more, guys. So call the vets you know and make sure they're all right.
Hey, I just want to cover what Robert Chalk said, even though it's off topic from what we were just talking about. We'll get back to that real quick because it is very important. But Robert Chalk says there are some lefties that run a group here in the Houston area. Guys and gals run their kit correct and come shoot at matches and triathlons. Boy, you're not kidding. I've seen it before, my friend. They run training events for the Rainbow Peeps and BIPOCs. Yeah, no, I've showed that here on the channel before. We've showed that over on Future Conflict before, but we'll bring it up again. It's just there's only so many times we can display it because it's an everyday occurrence. You know what I mean? In fact, if you want to know what they're doing literally every day, I would say go out and get yourself a subscription to the Forward Observer. That is forwardobserver.com. Forwardobserver.com. That is genuinely the place where it's not where I get all my info, because we do have I've got ins that are actually in some of these groups that have infiltrated, and I've also got just a general pretty good knowledge after a couple years of riot watching about how best to watch them online, because they are garbage about OPSEC, you guys. Like, just absolute fucking garbage.
Well, and also to temper things, I know that Forward Observer, they're our friends, they're great guys, they do a lot of good work, but they also tend to temper their things a little bit. You know who doesn't pull punches and calls it like they see it is S2 Underground.
Oh, 100%. Fucking, and that's free. That's right here on YouTube. Go subscribe. It's a guest I've been trying to get for a long time, and in fact, if you are a subscriber and you watch their videos, Joe, the Council on Future Conflicts, and I, all of us would love to have him on in any format, even for just a few minutes. Don't be shy to mention that in his comments, because I know that he reads them.
Yep. I actually just watched a couple more of his videos today. He's got some solid thoughts on these fires, but anywho.
It's amazing that they let him... Pardon. It's amazing that they let him keep saying what he's saying. I think it's because the videos are long enough that nobody pays attention from that side.
Well, what's funny is that Mrs. JD and I were making the same comments about the Abbott Laboratories fire here in Michigan. The Abbott Laboratories flood, here in Michigan. So they were told by the FDA they had to shut down, and the only way they could reopen was if they admitted responsibility. They said, nope, we'll just stay shut down because we didn't do it. The whole poisoning thing.
Yep.
And so when they finally, when public pressure finally caused the FDA to let up on them and let them reopen, 3 days later, they have a flood, and literally nowhere else in the city of Mason has flooded, but Abbott Laboratories did. And they have not recovered from this flood, and it's been 3 weeks. That's a little shady for me.
Boy, sure is, Joe. And not only that, but boy, isn't it real convenient that government rules around baby formula created essentially a triopoly, with Abbott by far being the largest. Like, it's not an equal triopoly. Abbott is like, what, 50% of the market share, and the other two share 25 apiece or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, let's see. How long has it been? It's been long enough. Yeah, chat, I would describe that as a little fucky wucky. Just a little bit. Anyhow. Well, sounds like my neighbors are doing night ops on the little range that they set up.
Coming to you again with the same issue.
It's a good night for it. There's no moon.
God, we don't know how to do it anymore. We're tired. We've been dealing with this since the beginning of time. God, we're tired. God, what can we do?
Drink coffee.
We're coming to you together.
Hey, if you're tired, I do know what you can do. You can go out and get yourself some wig splitter from Stocking Mill Roasting.
Two or more together. We're gathered, Father God. We're agreeing. We're tired. No more Philando. No more Jalen. No more George Floyd. We're tired. We're praying that every demon in hell will get back home. Devil, this is not your territory anymore. You say, I know you're the God of this world, but demons tremble, so we're saying Jesus. I want everybody to just say Jesus in the name of God. 1, 2, 3, say Jesus. Yes. Say Jesus. Jesus. Say Jesus. Jesus. God, we're calling on you. We're praying that you help us, Lord. You give us the strength that we need, Jesus. Build up some village people that's willing to help and fight. Build up some young people that's willing to do whatever it takes, Father God. We need you like never before. Protect this area, this George Floyd area. Protect it. Tetelestai, that was your word. That means it is finished. Father God, this matter is finished. In the name of Jesus, I pray, amen. God bless you. I pray that everybody has a blessed day. Thank you for supporting. I know Miss Chantel talked about me. Let me talk about her.
All right, so she was the main big firebrand.
I got something to say first. Let me get this out. Let me get this out before I burst. You can sit there and spout off about Jesus all you want at these events, but I've got a little bit of a quote from this book I read.
Preach.
It says, at the end, you will say, Lord, Lord, we talked about you all the time. And I will say, get away from me. I never knew you. You can proclaim Jesus all you want, but if you're not acting in the way he wants, hint, robbing people, doing drugs, and being just a general dirtbag is not what he wants. He's not going to claim you.
Running an organization that is performing literal extortion on small business owners nationwide in order to not damage their business.
Right on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see that. I don't see that mentioned anywhere in there. Yeah, it's strange. All right. So this lady is the community organizer that kind of did this. She does a little bit more agitating, but it doesn't really matter. It was just that one that I wanted to get to. Because again, as Dindu has said, we've heard it before. It was just more the tone and candor that I wanted to get across to you guys. They are trying to spice things up over this. And it's Minneapolis, one that just, it doesn't make sense. I don't know that that's going to transfer to other cities, except for maybe Akron that's already on edge. But Joe, here was the question I had. Is this going to become the new hotness? Are the main griftlets up in Akron going to make their way to Minneapolis?
No, I think they're going to stick with Jalen Walker because of the number of shots, and the other one had had an active shooter. The fact pattern in Jalen Walker supports what they want to do a little bit better.
That's what I was thinking as well. I think that this is though going to be used as an inciting event there, I would assume. Expect, in my opinion, to see the same pattern we've seen before, where this is going to become all the talk in various circles, but it's going to become a heavily edited and redacted part of the story that makes it seem like this was just a sweet boy who was minding his own business in his own home, didn't do nothing wrong, and look what they did to him. Look what they did. All right, chat. So let's get into just a little bit more, because there's another thing that happened. There's another one of these commie organizers. Well, not potentially an organizer, but another one of them went down. Have you all heard about this Twin Cities encampment that's been going on for quite a long time down in Atlanta? So, for those of you unaware, the police in Atlanta are building a national. A training center that is large enough to accommodate a national-sized training audience, from what I understand. And
ironically, it's right by the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center.
Correct. And I also believe that this is specifically set up for riot tactics. And I could be wrong, but I think like it is a riot tactic school or something of the like. Do you have any read on that, Joe, or am I?
No, I don't know about that. I believe it has facilities for that. It does have a downtown area for that, but it's also for general scenario training as well.
Gotcha. All right. So essentially, as soon as this was announced, a group of leftists from various different persuasions, from Antifa to the DSA to Cop Watch, which we hadn't seen in quite a long time, they started up an encampment and residency inside the 10 acres of forest that are to be taken out for this facility to be set up. And they've had a lot of standoffs, man. John Brown's body lies a moldering in the grave. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, chat. But essentially, one of them, like, this is not the first time. They've had multiple standoffs with police where they've either been armed or they've thrown Molotovs or just all kinds of stuff. But apparently another one of them has been killed in a standoff with cops the other night on July 6th. And I don't know how this has only just recently hit my timeline, but they are just now starting to write about it, which makes me curious. I'm assuming that this means there's probably body cam footage released. I'm going to look more into it, but I just wanted to make you guys aware of this because, again, this is another one of those ongoing occupational kind of standoff zones that it's just been going on so long that you forget it's even happening. But it's been 2 years now since they started this. All right, let me make sure I can see chat. Seems to be like people in Akron are being buses in. Oh yeah, well I mean, like, there's a lot of people who've already been bussed in, man. You're from Central Ohio. What do you think of me going on the ground for you tomorrow night? Brother, I would say that is like 100% on you, but I'll tell you, be incredibly careful because these guys have I'm not sure how organized they are at this point, but I think Akron particularly, Akron or Minneapolis, both have professional organizers on the ground. And the deal is they've got people who literally just browse looking for live streams of stuff and then hunt them down via various look. I've even seen it where one guy had his camera specifically pointed down so that nobody could try and figure out where he was via street signs or landmarks, right? So he was just streaming from the crowd, and that worked for a while until they started making noise, like trying to identify him via shoes and what music was playing via what DJ, and then narrowed it down and started making noises near him until they figured out which one it was and then separated him out and beat the shit out of him. So I'm telling you, man, be careful. I might know a guy who might be able to give you some advice, though. That would be up to him, and I'll let you guess who I'm talking about.
Well, I'll tell you this. Sniper and I ran a stream with a young man who was out there running his mouth amidst the crowds. And today, a reporter checked out his Instagram page, which is in his real name. And I said, listen, I told you that this would happen. And Sniper said, we both told him this would happen. And you know what? I don't know what to tell people, man. Y'all got to be real careful. These guys are playing for keeps, and we keep thinking they're just a big joke, and they're not. They will kill you.
Yep. It's why we don't see a lot of clout chasers in on these scenarios unless they're pre-approved, unless they're organizers. We saw that a lot in the early 2020 riots. We saw that earlier in the 2019 riots. You'd get people live streaming constantly. In the early 2020 riots, we got all kinds of footage of stuff we didn't want to see. Now, like, it takes a special kind of operator to be able to capture stuff in the crowd. And for my money, in my opinion, the way to do it is to get yourself rigged up with a secret camera rig. There are multiple options for that. Joe's talked about his camera pen. I'm a big fan of button cameras because you can link them to incredibly large storage devices and then just have very, very small wires that can actually be built into gear, so it's entirely not conspicuous. Like, I've seen them built into a backpack where all of the wires were running internal to the frame of the backpack, so you'd literally have to slit the backpack open to figure out that it's a camera in there. Get something or build something akin to that, record it as you do, and then upload it later. And then pull the old Monargan Bagan and consistently switch disguises as well, because that'll get you had if you try and do it more than one night in a row. Hey, good night, J-Sup. It was good to have you. Thank you so much. Use a drone. It's a possibility, but I'll tell you, they are pretty sophisticated. And at the height of the 2021 riots, they had the capability to figure out who was using drones from where. It's not that expensive to build yourself. It is technically not illegal if you only have a receiving function to it. I'm just going to leave it at that. In fact, there's a video that'll show off what it'll do. I'll bring it up here in a minute. I think Joe's probably even familiar with this stuff, so this would probably be a good.
I'm sorry, I was dealing with this other thing. What are we talking about?
No. You do your other thing then. I'll bring this up for later. But this is one of the channels that I follow for my drone stuff was showing off a piece of kit that security uses to determine who's using drones from where, and what the drone is, what its serial number is, and then track down who that's registered to, and all kinds of different stuff. But I was just saying that,
I just wrote a short chapter on that. So.
Cool. So they were saying use a drone, and I was saying, well, I'm not sure how set up they are on the ground there now, but just know that depending on how concentrated the leftist activist concentration is, they might have capabilities to catch you on that if you don't have the drone doing the right thing. And that would be a drone that is pre-programmed with a flight route beforehand.
And what you need to do is, just like you mentioned, you need to keep that drone under 249 grams.
Yes, so that you don't have to register. And build it yourself, in my opinion. It's way cheap. Not only is it cheaper to do that, but that also makes it significantly harder to track down who you are should the drone become lost.
Yep.
Antifa also watched the Rittenhouse trial, and they know BG on the scene and other streamers. Yeah, most of those streamers are rumbled now, guys. Like, they can come cover certain specific activities, but like unless they've got a security guard with them and they're using like heavy disguises, they're probably destined for a more Tim Pool style role.
Well, let me just let y'all know that some of those people are pretty well covered. Like my man in particular, and we're not going to say it.
Yeah.
But
like there is that, but unless they've got the money and the will and reach out to an executive security that really knows what they're doing, They're probably either limited to what they can do on the street, or they're more well suited to take an Andy No / Tim Pool approach, to where they instead manage multiple other people on the ground and release that info through them, so that they become kind of the focal point, but also the protected focal point of the ire. And I do believe that is a strategy people should replicate. I am sad that Tim Pool does not currently have people who do stuff on the ground for him, though. That is one of the biggest failings of Beanie Bro, in my opinion, is that he started as an on-the-ground streamer that don't just take my word for it. I'm going to show you everything I see all the way through and leave these live streams all up all the time, to now a guy who sits and talks about other people's news stuff. And that's all well and good and fine. I understand what that transition is, and I do it myself. But my point is that he had the ability to pass on that knowledge to other people, and he had the money to be able to hire a stable of other people, and he did something else instead. Angron, there's none of this where I live. There's a BLM protest that was announced in your town for St. Fent. 5 people showed up. Hilarious. Angron, I'm assuming that you live in the in the glorious British Isles.
You know, in Michigan, and I know PD will get this, and anybody else is from the greater Michigan area, Antifa tried to go out to the suburbs, and they took 50 guys, and they went out to Howell, Michigan, which was quite possibly the very last place on earth, other than Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where you would probably want to try a Black Lives Matter protest. And it went exactly as would be intended, as you would expect. 50 dudes got out to walk, and there were like 575 men with rifles, and they turned around and went the other way.
Hey, Rick, Duke of Malta, first of all, welcome to the chat, but also, everyone, I want you to look at what Rick just said. We are not YouTube's favorite children. So I am more than sure that the Eye of Susan is upon us. Now, very surprisingly, I've never got a strike, and there's a lot of things they could have done to me that they haven't done. The worst they've done is label one of my videos 18, and that's because I have done I don't just sit around when I'm anxious all day. I tend to try and focus my anxiety where best I can manage it. And one of the things that I spent a lot of time doing a couple months ago was paying attention to the people who are YouTube creators that get really super deeply autistic about what YouTube hits them for and what YouTube doesn't hit them for, and like where the line is. And I try to very carefully stay on my side of the line. Although sometimes you do get me to slip up, chat, because you talk about stuff. South Carolina? What? You didn't get any? Okay, hold up though, because like I'm sure there were BLM stuff in South Carolina in the summer of 2020. You guys have too many college towns for there to have been nothing. Karen, welcome. I haven't seen you in chat earlier. Welcome, welcome.
Been here a minute. She's been here for a little bit.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, chat. I've been doing a lot of talking, and when I do a lot of talking, because I have you off to the right, it's hard to see what you're saying. I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to move you over here, chat. Make it a lot easier to keep you monitored. So Lance Corporal Veteran said something interesting that I want to bring up here. He says, Mike Shelby did an Outfront live stream. One thing he mentioned is the current conflict is in the organizational phase, and you do not want to lose that phase, or else it's inevitable what happens next. And I just want to say, everyone, you should look into the White Army and the Red Army during the Russian Civil War.
Bingo.
That is definitely what you need to start looking into, and start thinking about where they failed and why.
Literally why. There's a country called Belarus, White Russia.
Yep. Although in the end, that it ended up not being so much as a separation as they wanted to.
Right? Well, I think now it's just I honestly think everyone keeps talking about Vlad wants to bring back the Soviet Union. No, he does not. He wants to bring back the Russian Empire.
Yes.
Which included Poland, parts of Germany, you know, all of
way
Ukraine.
way bigger, way more grand than
All of Finland,
communism.
yeah.
Like, stop and ask yourself very seriously. If you're talking about from a leader's perspective, would you rather be in Joseph Stalin's shoes or one of the previous czars of Russia before the last one? Almost entirely one of the czars. Like, every time. I'm sorry. Russian Revolution is incredibly instructive. In fact, chat, it's so instructive. We might do a series on here where we get bored a couple of nights and we watch several videos together about that, and then talk about things Joe and I know tactically about that specific historical conflict. If you catch what I'm saying, and absolutely nothing else. Use it as recce time. Absolutely. Use first night as recce time every time to make sure that you've... not only does it help you blend and helps you establish yourself more comfortably, because you act differently when you're recording people. It's just a fact. Like, unless you've trained yourself to be a smooth operator, you're going to act differently recording people than you would when you're not. There's a tension because you know it, right? Like, and people, and believe me, they have people who are trained to look for this, will notice it eventually if you don't know what you're doing. Spanish Civil War, less instructive. It definitely counts, but I would say there are too many differences in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe Joe's going to pipe in on this and slap me down and correct me. But in my opinion, like the Spanish Civil War, one of the biggest differences that you're not going to see on this side is all the foreign intervention. I don't think... Look, I think that Civil War, if it ever happens, is the goal of a lot of foreign actors, right? They always want to get other countries to have a civil war. But like that, like if you're talking about things you can do to an enemy country because you're trying to do your own plays on the global world, on the world stage, and you don't want them to be able to play it. Let's say that we're playing Civ, right? If I can encourage an enemy Civ to have a civil war and just kind of collapse in on itself when we're playing Civilization, you know, Civ 6, the video game, especially using spies and various different units that you have that can infiltrate foreign cities and set up organizations, right? If you can institute someone to do a civil war, you really, like, you don't have to do support. Like, you can support both sides, right? Like, that is always a play to just try and keep the conflict going. But more than likely what they do is, like, you piss off and do what you wanted to do in the first place. Especially if the target you're taking out is currently the leader in the game of Civilization, right? If they're currently occupying that number one slot, then there's that whole jostle that always happens when you're playing Civ and someone that is in a big phase falls, either because of poor planning or because of coordinated outside influence. Or a combination of both, right? Like, that's usually what it is poor planning and a combination of outside influence that takes advantage of that poor planning and leadership. I don't think you're going to get all that kind of foreign influence afterwards, which is part of what made the Spanish Civil War last so long and be so terrible.
I think you're pretty right on all of that.
I had to use a different game, chat. Minecraft's overused. Besides, Civ is way more, like, directly on point. NATO, the most dangerous military. Look, I'm gonna say that is always a regional calculation, right? Like, there's no flat out, because if NATO's trying to fight, say, in the Arctic, you'd be wrong. At least right now you would be. We've done a pretty poor job of preparing ourselves for what is a pretty at this point looks like literally Russia just said this the other day, chat, that conflict with Russia in the Arctic, they are not at all hopeful we will be able to avoid it. But let's talk a little more about that. Go ahead.
That's why the Marine deployment up there has been extended from a semi-annual exercise at Trondheim to a permanent presence.
Mr. Scott, which empire from human history do I want to rule? Little do you know, I am destined to rule the entire empire of humanity in the 40,000th century. One day you will learn.
The Danes. I would have liked to have controlled the territory controlled by the Danes.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm not gonna lie, being a Mongol emperor would have been just kind of the absolute tits historically. Like, they had some pretty wild hunting parties and that kind of stuff. They had just about every luxury you can imagine. I don't know, man. I'm also a fan of horses. Horseback riding's kind of a thing. But I don't know if that's like my absolute choice. I don't know.
It seems like Auntie Kami and I trained in the same parts of a certain Scandinavian country.
Any thoughts on why New York City put out that nuke PSA? Yes. We'll get to that here in just a second. I just want to cover this real quick because it is a very brief story. Everyone... let's just get a quick I don't know what the opposite of an F is, right? What's an anti-F? Like just a quick round of applause in the chat.
Aye for yay.
Yay that Ruth sent us is finally suspended.
They should have been suspended just for the complete break with reality they made in naming themselves Ruth Sent Us.
That, yeah, and remember, there are multiple groups now. Jane's Revenge is still out there, and they're still on Twitter, and they're actually worse than
my article I wrote tonight was about doing something about Jane's Revenge. So.
Yeah, it's a good one. We should take a look at it here in just a moment. In fact, it's a good addition to this, but yeah, they've finally been. So let's remember, why is this stupid that Ruth sent us? It was a really stupid name to use in the first place, and why this group actually, in my opinion, why they really stopped trying to hammer on it. And yee. Why they really stopped using this group and basically, I think, rolled into Jane's Revenge. Ruth Sent Us is stupid as hell because even Ruth herself agreed that Roe v. Wade needed to be struck down. If Ruth had still been alive, it would have been a 7-2 decision.
Yes. It should have been a 9-0 decision.
Oh, it absolutely should have, but we have actual literal count. Well, it was probably true. They were probably trying to. It was probably almost a 4-5, but Roberts didn't want to get called out like that.
Yeah.
Frisian. Speaking of the Frisian state, Joe, did you see this? Apparently, like I need to confirm it. So, like, chat, take this as unconfirmed. But there is a Frisian island just off the coast of the Netherlands that has apparently declared independence. And the way that it happened is kind of funny.
Yes, the farmers have taken over an island, and that is it.
Let me look this up real quick. So apparently, what happened? What had happened was, someone made up a bunch of joke passports and a joke petition, and kind of circulated them just for laughs, and were kind of selling them for a couple bucks a piece, as a meme, just to get things going.
And they had like coupons in them for local businesses and whatever.
Yep. And people bought them, and then like the idea kind of like fermented in people's heads as they were buying these and looking at them, and we're kind of like, you know what? Yeah, let's do this. And so they took over the ferry station, which is the only way on or off the island, and have blockaded it. And they Chad, I have to find the name of this island because it's hilarious.
We need to call it FAZ, the Frisian Ontario Autonomous Zone.
It is just the best thing.
I'm sure that I have a tweet on it on my thread
Texel,
somewhere.
that's what it is. I remember because it was close to Texas.
That's it.
It's Texel. Let me pull this shit up. Oh, so they have declared themselves the Free Republic of Texel.
I just have to tell you all right now that Demp is holding a space right now called "Why My Milkshake is Amazing."
We could chat. Should we listen? Because I can pull it up, and then you guys could listen to it through my. You know what? Let's do it.
I don't think we would require a translator if Demp is
true.
speaking.
True. And I don't know if you all have ever seen what Google record, like when it actually tries to transcript your sentences. I don't know if you ever seen what it does for Demp, but it's translating that could be like reading that back could be a sport.
It's like Scott trying to pronounce Ukrainian place names.
So a 12-year-old in the beginning of the Spanish Civil War was 18 by the end and probably fought. Almost definitely fought. I think it was only like 20% of the young male population that didn't do some form of fighting in the Spanish Civil War. It's pretty nuts. But that doesn't even begin to include how many foreign fighters went there, including Mr. 1984 himself, George Orwell.
Hey, Malcolm Nance qualifies as a foreign fighter, but he gets to go on TV.
He sure does.
If I came back from the Ukraine, I would probably be in jail.
Almost definitely.
I want to point out that he told everyone he enlisted for the duration of the conflict.
And then he came home because he's such a he's too high value a target. You know what? Let's since he's come up.
He came home with the mission of starting a civil war because the tweet he put out tonight.
Yep, we're gonna
will literally get you a civil war.
Yeah, well, in fact, let's get into that right now. Let me find where I stashed that tweet. I think it was in the council chat. There it is. All right, everyone. I regret to inform you that Malcolm Nance is up to it again. Let me pull this up full screen for everybody. So, Malcolm Nance has issued an article and a statement that the GOP has become an insurgency, and that you know what, for the risk, I'm not even going to read that. You read that, chat. Here, I'll highlight it for you, one word at a time. That one. We may have to fight our. There you go. Now,
funny story. Well, not funny. It actually sucks, but professionally, once to retain certain certifications to serve on certain teams, had to read Malcolm Nance's book about terrorist pre-attack surveillance indicators. Now, the actual step-by-step process he puts in there, pretty simple, pretty accurate, because he essentially just robbed it from the United States government, right?
Uh-huh.
But his assertions in there about who you should be profiling on, the book boiled down to this. Yeah, I know that the vast majority of terrorism conducted throughout time from the 700s forward has been Islamic supremacists, but white men are the ones we need to worry about, and they're the ones who are going to kill everyone in the next century. That's essentially what his book boils down to.
Well, hold on.
Can you give a...
Lance Corporal Veteran, I have to interrupt this. Is this true? Or are you yanking my chain? Lance Corporal Veteran says he is currently laying siege in Dorstad in Frisia. Lance Corporal Veteran,
it's in the game.
Oh,
it's in the game.
Okay, never mind. I thought you were...
He's playing Age of Vikings.
Oh, I didn't catch that part. I thought you were an expat that was up there in the Netherlands right now, and I was about to be like, motherfucker, get on my show.
So here's a brief history of Malcolm Nance for those who don't know, because PD says give one. So he joined the Navy, where despite his assertion that he was some sort of an intelligence analyst, his official classification was a cryptological technician, but he wasn't even that.
He was translator.
He was an interpreter.
Yeah.
So basically, his job was to read things other people captured. So all these cool guy photos that have him with the AKs and with the
You know what?
with the silenced Berettas, all staged. He had nothing to do with anything. He never left a skiff. We don't let cryptological technicians off the base.
Anywhere. If they're deploying in country, they're deploying to the most cushy bases. They're deploying to the types of places that have fucking I can't remember what they're called, but the land version of Sea Whizzes set up at every fucking corner of the base. They're probably at the same base that the Artie's at. They're probably at the same base that the box kickers are at with the flight line. Like, that's almost definitely where they're at because they're not needed anywhere
And he
else.
does not get to even go to Haji Mart. He does not go past the gate.
Nope. He has to ask grunts to go. He has to beg grunts to go do that.
Yeah. So anyway, he upset everyone there, essentially lost his rating and was pretty much booted. And then, as he puts it, I became an intelligence contractor. No, he became a guy who went around and gave speeches. Now, he might have served in a country or two because for a while there, DynCorp and Constellus and Triple Canopy and Blackwater were hiring literally anyone. Ask me how I know. I was able to make it under the wire at a couple of those places.
They literally offered me. Hold on, chat. I'm a 100% disabled veteran. They literally offered me a job because I had range quals, and the guys that are in country still have to. In fact, they have to qual more often in the private security than they do in the actual services. So they have to qual in country. Like,
Yeah.
that's how fucking desperate they were.
But let me tell you, it's a good gig because you do 90 days in country, 30 days home. That way they can call it temporary work and you don't have to pay taxes on it. And
they give you a company car and they give you a company house. Or at least that's
yeah,
what they
you get money. In addition to the X number of dollars per day you get, which works out to somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000 a year, you also get like I don't know, $125 a day to spend as you know, for meals and whatever. So it's a good gig, but it's not. It's a little. It's probably even higher tempo than military work a lot of times, depending on what you're doing. Now, what Nance was doing would have had him sitting at a desk, just like he was doing here, reading documents.
Fuck it. No, let's be very honest. Reading documents like 30% of the time, sharing memes, shooting the bullshit, going to get coffee, fucking jerking off in the bathroom, just being an absolute
in the green zone.
fucking pogue.
So, this is how Malcolm Nance's contractor's job went. Guys like me would come back with a couple of scraps of paper we picked up off the floor somewhere, and we would say, "Hey man, translate this and send it to me in an email." And then we would walk out, and he would sit in his office and spend the next 2 days translating 4 lines of script.
I'm not.
That's literally how it.
I'm not gonna say who because it's not my story, so I can't, like it's their story, and I'm not gonna blow their cover. But someone we know, actually had a situation like that where they came across a bunch of videotapes and ended up submitting those videotapes to a terp just to make sure. And those tapes were really awful, terrible, weird Iraqi porn.
First of all, the words Iraqi porn is really awful, terrible, and weird.
Yeah.
So.
He apparently got yelled
listen,
at for that.
anti-commie. I said he was classified as a cryptologic tech. I didn't say he was a cryptologic tech. He was a terp.
There's a whole
it.
branch of that, right? Like,
yeah.
So, like, for instance, I was an aviation electronic technician, eye level, but there are roughly like 400 different jobs under that job title.
Well, and they only classify them as cryptological technicians, 1 for the security clearance and 2 for the security restrictions to keep them from going out.
Yep.
So PD, I'll watch the interview if you learn how to spell Eric's name correctly.
Oh.
I mean, I know the man. It's with a K, not with a C. But,
yeah, who did he do an interview with recently? It was one of the Forward Observer guys?
Oh, Vigilance Elite.
Vigilance Elite, that's right. Yeah, I need to watch that.
If you watch the second Day of the Soldier movie, or I mean not Day of the Soldier, it's called Day of the Soldier, but the second Sicario movie, the guy they have play Eric Prince, they don't ever call him Eric Prince, but they even got a dude who looked like him, when a guy's hiring the contractors in the bar, he's like, I'm gonna need a bunch of contractors and I'm gonna need some helicopters, and at the end he goes, you're gonna have money to buy a hockey team. Eric Prince owns a hockey team.
He sure does.
Anywho,
so let's watch the words of El Fatty. Oh, we'll leave it muted until there we go.
To the hearings first to start off, because
what color would you say her lips were, chat? I want to hear what color you think that is, because it's kind of melting my brain. Is it purple? Is it mauve? Tell me, chat. What do you think?
yesterday's hearings, actually aptly timed with the release of your book, gave us a lot of the warnings you've made throughout in this book, but also your previous books, about the threat posed by white nationalists and extremist groups, specifically to America.
TR Greater Rex. I have seen episode 1 of The Terminal List. Joe has seen all of it, and we are considering... In fact, this is a good time. Chat, how excited would you guys be if Joe did a tactical react series on every episode where we only showed like very, very brief clips that are relevant to what they do? Not even brief clips necessarily, maybe just the audio from specific parts so that you can get context as to what we're talking about, along with a still image. And then do like tactical breakdowns of what can be gleaned from that situation, or maybe what Joe thinks the author was trying to get across, and all kinds of different stuff, or how to better do.
For example, he talks about using Threema. He talks about, which is a fantastic app. He talks about Briar. He talks about all these different apps, and we can kind of go into more detail about that. Interestingly, the left is already flipping out, saying that this movie was a white supremacist instruction movie and all that stuff, and a wet dream of them getting to kill whoever they want to. Man, that just confirms all the more that it's good.
I have heard it said many, many times, chat, never apologize to the commies. If they scream about something, give them more of it. So let's see this.
American democracy. Lay that out for us.
Manchurian Nance, says Rick. Dude, that's
perfect.
That's fucking great, dude.
Well, as a terrorism expert, I usually remove phrases like Muslim or Christian or Catholic or white.
I just tell you, that's what his book is about.
Most extremists.
Yeah, chat, before this, we didn't necessarily have a private bet, because it's not like either one of us would have bet against this, but his first comment when we said this was, Stan's first comment when he said this was, fat ass isn't gonna fight anybody, he's trying to sell a book.
Yep.
Have an ideology that they're following. But here in the United States, to characterize that, to understand just what kind of terrorism we might be dealing with, you have to actually label it according to as white extremism, because we have 30% of the population of the United States who no longer believe in the democratic norms that were established at the founding of the country. Let's just be honest about that. The January 6th uprising.
Be honest about the fact that Nance doesn't
to
believe in them.
overthrow American
I was gonna say, I mean, not that it matters, chat, because all of us are on the same page about this, but if we were going to talk about who doesn't believe in the principles of this country, which side it is that doesn't currently believe in the principles of this country and the principles of democracy, whoo boy. Very Jack Murphy beard vibes. Oh, exceptionally Jack Murphy beard vibes, Holly.
Oh, yeah, he just trimmed it up in order to get back in the country.
Yep, yeah.
Although, based on the fact that he's in a hotel, he might not be back in the country. He might be having difficulty getting back.
He might be in a holding area.
There are certain laws about this.
He might be in a holding area near an airport somewhere.
So here's the thing, you guys. Pause that for a second. So I know everyone wanted to, when he first signed up, everyone went through all these laws about how you can lose your citizenship. That only applies to commissioned officers, and that technically doesn't meet him. Except there's also some classified versions of that law that mention security clearances. Oh, like the ones that you get when you're a cryptological technician and an interpreter.
Gee, I wonder if those would have said explicitly that even after your clearance is up,
another nation's military.
even
Yeah.
after your clearance is up, like I think there's a significantly long period where you're not allowed to do anything at all.
Yeah, and I so this could be why he's clearly sitting in a hotel room rather than at a studio. So it's interesting.
Holly, constant projection, exactly the same as Canada. Yes, Fidelito does a wonderful job of projecting onto others that which he is doing.
And this is it. Just like somebody else mentioned, he's here, or Wanda mentioned, he's here screeching about white supremacy when actual black supremacists are out literally killing people
on the streets, getting people revved up to go, quote, take that energy to the battlefield.
And here's the thing, just the same way in which I say white supremacists damage us, black supremacists damage their movement. And they need to police them just like we need to police the white supremacists on our side. Granted, there are about 14 in the nation, white supremacists, actual ones.
Yep. Well, I mean,
all live in Berlin, Idaho.
Just about. I mean, there's some down in the South, I'm sure. You know what? Like, very fairly, like, legitimately, I'd bet that if you got all of the actual white supremacists in the country together, and you put them into a small town rodeo arena, it would look like a very shittily turned out attendance. I think you probably
I'll
find
tell you this.
under
There
2,000.
is probably, in all honesty, a total of maybe 1,000 actual hardcore, willing to do violence, white supremacists in this country. And there are about 2,500 federal agents working among them, trying to get them to do something.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
It's not the same way the other way around.
Well, yeah, I mean, when they're so easily led, you need so many fewer of them. Provocateur agents, I mean.
And we've now learned from these hearings that Donald Trump intended to go there and march down to the well of the House of Representatives and essentially be crowned as a king. And that shows that American democracy is not just fragile. American democracy is under direct and immediate attack by
Joseph Biden. Yes, I'm sure that's what he's about to say. It's the only logical choice, given that Joseph Robinette Biden literally issued an order trying to ask all 500 plus federal agencies to do everything in their power to help federalize elections. Flew quietly under the board just a few days ago. Probably going to lead to nothing, just about like most of these other ones, but it's probably going to lead to somebody overstepping and then some really stupid shit going down before the election time. I'm just saying, folks, it's we are in a precarious position, and quite frankly, I don't see it as equally threatened from both sides. Well, maybe I do. I take that back. It is equally threatened from both sides in that the inaction of the right is every bit to blame as the actions of the left. Fair?
Fair. And
People
to
who
answer
would-
TR Great, whatever that is, Rex, dude, it's Patriot Front Glowy.
Oh, buddy.
I don't want to get in another disagreement with my good friend Mike. But yes.
Buddy, hold on. I'll you know what? I've got a GIF for you there. Just it's gonna take me a second to find it. Joe, you go ahead and give your spiel, and I'll have it pop up here when it's ready.
So here's the thing. Mike Shelby's been tracking Patriot Front since they were just a small local band of people in Austin, Texas, and Dallas, Texas for years. But at some point in the last 2 years, they got a sudden and magical infusion of cash. They were able to buy matching uniforms. They were able to suddenly start traveling the country. And they had very, very, very forgiving law enforcement interactions. So
To this day.
I'm not saying that everyone who is a member is is a federal agent, but they are yeah, there you go. I believe that they've got a bunch of federal agents in them, much like Patriot, or not Patriot Front, much like the Proud Boys, much like Oath Keepers, where these people have gotten themselves into leadership positions. And what actually confirms it to me is the allegedly leaked video from Patriot Front last year, where the guys thought they were off camera, yet were all still wearing their masks and all attempted to remain perfectly in frame, even to the point where guys stepped back to get back in frame of the leaked video of them doing a Sieg Heil. And they didn't take their masks off until they got away from the camera.
Yep.
So that just pointed to me that it absolutely is nothing but a fed up.
I'll do that, and then I'll add this. Oh, come on, it's gonna open. It should open. Oh, in the wrong camera. That and this, and a whole lot of this. See what I'm getting at there?
Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
So hey, I gotta go back real quick. Let me scroll back up. Brick Carr says, I was working with one of the older guys I live near, and one of his buddies was in the military, and his ID says
indefinite.
Indefinite, how serious is that? I'll word it this way. The kind of electronics that I worked on when I was in required me to get what's called a sectionalized security clearance, which is fairly high up there. And that one lasted, I believe, 5 years. No, yeah, I think it was 5 years active, and then there was another 5 years where the renewal process was easy to do rather than like the whole renewal process. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Indefinite would be I'd say that would probably be in your operator status type people.
Yeah, what they do is they put guys, legit guys, with either with special skills or just the break glass in case of war kind of guys. They put some of those guys on an indefinite IRR status, or individual ready reserve, so that if they needed to, they could call them back very quickly. Or, more importantly, every year they can give them a security briefing and warning. It enables them to retain a little bit of law enforcement jurisdiction over them.
Yeah, I mean, like, in the first place, when you get one of these, you agree in the beginning to an extensive amount of surveillance on you. And by extensive, I mean, I believe it jumps several steps of your association. And that is for many years after you're done. So it's pretty serious stuff even before you get to the whole indefinite thing. Let me see. Even if they weren't glowy, that wouldn't cover their identity. They wouldn't cover their identity with masks. I don't know about that. I really don't. I think that's suspicious. It is more the combination of the masks and how the police treat them in the masks that raises suspicion for me. I have long said that in the current thing, if groups are ever to take any actions, they would have to adopt some of the tactics that you see, and masks are not a bad idea, particularly when your opponent continues to give you an excuse to wear them consistently.
I tell you, masks were my friend all throughout 2020 while doing surveillance inside these events.
Yeah, I mean, look, don't be proud. Use what you're given, and if your opponent is giving you a reason to be able to hide your entire face, take it. Every time.
There's one time when an Antifa security guy was snapping photos of me, and he thought he got himself some great photos, but what he got was a photo of a guy in a black mask all the way up over the bridge of my nose, wearing sunglasses and a ball cap, who just happened to have his middle finger sticking up just out of view in this photo. So he got a lot of photos on my middle finger. he actually didn't get me, right? And all I had to do is go around the corner, switch masks, switch hat, switch glasses, and I'm a different guy. I don't care. Take all the photos you want.
Yeah, Hunch, I'll agree. I'll agree that we should probably just go listen to that last part together because it's quite short. But yes, when he talks about his plans for what's coming next, and then when you look at when it was recorded, it does have some interesting overlaps with other people who were seeking money around the time. I'll just say that.
So I'm pretty sure, wink, wink, that his organization has a few contingency plans in place.
I would not be surprised, but let's see here.
I'll point out that the man is from Holland, Michigan.
Holland, Michigan? Really? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, Prince Manufacturing, his grandfather's business.
Did he ever get those OV10s? Because I know that they were looking at getting a pair of those OV10s for surveillance stuff. And I just love the OV10 as a beautiful instrument.
Yeah, they have a lot of aircrafts. It's a silly amount.
I know.
And so he's got a lot of properties around here. And like I said, I worked. His sister was one of the people that I was on the detail for.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, Karen was bringing that up. One of these days, Karen, who is an incredibly observant noticer, she's gonna make us come to account for some of these things that creep her out. Like she made me come to account for using the word friend, which I have tried to do less because I was unaware that it was also co-opted by various groups. Not what I intended, so I've stopped using it. But friend was just kind of I don't know if anyone else did this, but I hung out with a bunch of pretty smart dudes, and we had this tendency to make up accents and new words as we were kind of talking to each other over time that were generally like shortenings of various words mixed with various languages we were learning at the time. And friend was one of those that kind of developed over time. And no, Karen is smart as a damn whip. It's great.
He's scary too. If you've got someone who comes at you over on Twitter, Karen will step in and knock them in the next week.
It's fantastic.
It's actually pretty fun to watch.
In fact, we need to hook Karen up with Patrick. That could make for some of the most entertaining spaces Twitter has ever known.
Don't get me started. Yeah, I'm still laughing at the Patrick, Joe, and Stan situation in our private chat.
Yeah. You know what's funny is that I hadn't looked into that very much before we shot the show. And so I didn't fully realize what I was doing.
It's okay. It made it funnier to us in the background than it did to everyone watching the show, because me and Don tried to mute so fast because we were going to bust out laughing because we knew Stan was going to say Azov Prime. Oh, Don's like, I didn't get the mute button fast enough.
You know what's funny is that when he said that a new sticker was born, I just want everyone to know that it is very easy to rip off the Amazon Prime logo and then just redo it with some freely available fonts. I'm just going to toss that one out there.
Azov Prime.
Yes,
oh,
and it's going to be a sticker that you're going to be able to put on anything you want. And yeah, it's going to be pretty funny.
That's funny.
You're compelled by Jesus to speak the truth. You're not the one to thank. Well, I still love you, Anti-Commie.
So, see, that's what's funny, Anti-Commie. That causes an awful lot of conflict for me. Because even in group chats among friends, I just cannot go along to get along. I have to say, yeah, but the truth is this.
I have become that way. Like, it is, I've become that way over the last, like, I did not used to be that way, Joe, but over the last 10 years, I have steadfastly become that way, and I have disassociated from many people, but I will say that it feels more like a refining than it does a loss of friendship, if that makes sense.
You know, I got to comment on a couple of things in the chat here. Slide Sugar, you're right. Tell your friends don't buy 12 guns because they can't carry them all, right? Buy NVGs and thermals and one gun. That's a far better idea.
Or two.
Stan was great. Here's the even better thing about Stan, Karen. If y'all think that my blog posts are fiery and good,
spicy, wait till you see Stan.
Deeply reserved compared to Stan.
Stans are I'll just put it this way. I am making sure that the council has many backups available before Stan's blog goes live.
Stan's border on sedition, and that's why I love him. And that's why, and I'm not afraid to say it, Stan and I are going to share a bug out location. That's just the way it is.
Hey, Kevin Van Gelder, welcome to chat. Let's try and force our way through Nega. What should we call him? He's essentially Nega Murphy.
He's the Black Jack Murphy.
Well, yeah, but it's like even the beard is opposite, because isn't Jack Murphy's white with a black, like with a colored strip in the middle?
He is kind of the anti-Jack Murphy.
Yeah, he's Nega Jack. Here we go.
See, 200.
Speaking, hold on, one more thing. I have to get this out or I'll forget. Speaking of Jack Murphy and Malcolm Nance, and that video we saw earlier of the giant monument of the fist. Every time I see that giant monument of the fist, I think of Jack Murphy and particular products you can buy at certain stores. All right, carry on.
I might have something for that before we. I might have something before we carry on. Let me snap that real quick. I think it's right here in the Culture War meme folder. Oh, there it is. There it is.
There you go. That's it.
Democratic governance destroyed. Not just destroyed, transformed back into the very monarchic style government or totalitarian government that we rebelled against with King George III. So that being said, American democracy is under siege right now. And having these hearings really brings that out.
God damn it, Joe, you just made me think of a really fun, like, satirical novel that would be like a short story that'd be really fun. It Came from the Deep State. Am I wrong?
What's that?
Like a parody of It Came from the Black Lagoon. It Came from the Deep State.
Right.
And it could be a book about Pirate Dan.
Problem is,
that's
about 60% of the American public are not listening or paying attention at all. And another that 30% we keep talking about, they view all of this as a lessons learned on how to do it correctly next time.
And you call what's happening an insurgency. We've heard that term in foreign wars.
We've literally never had a democracy. We will never have a democracy. At least not in my living. not as long as I draw breath. We will not have a democracy.
By the way, I do like the fact that she left her hair completely wild and unkempt
just
because
everywhere.
He can't be bothered to comb his hair.
No. Not only can he not be bothered, he can't even be bothered to take off his safety glasses. Like, are we?
No, he's wearing the cool guy glasses because that's how he heard cool guys wear their cool guy glasses.
They're Oakleys, and they are Oakley branded. You'll notice, chat, very conspicuously Oakley branded cool guy glasses. Although I don't know if he knows this, but the real cool guys wear pit vipers now. It's just how it is.
It's true.
Recently in Iraq, but talk about why
those smiles seem sociopathic. Oh, you don't know the half of it?
You apply the term insurgency to what you see here as a persistent and ongoing threat of these domestic extremists.
Right. Well, I called this on November 6, 2020, when I was on Real Time with Bill Maher. And Bill, to his credit, was trying to say, we have to do kumbaya. We have to bring the Republicans along, try to, convince the Trump voters that, that America needs to reunite. And I took a very...
Y'all, he is super serial, you guys. He's trying to save democracy. Stop making fun of him.
Right now, this interview is him laying the groundwork for a domestic war.
It is, but it's also... remember, folks, Nance is a mildly intelligent grifter. He's not the dumbest grifter in the world. He's not the type that tries to go out and do street activism for grifting. He's smart enough that he realizes that the people who make money in gold rushes are not those who dig the gold, but those who sell the shovels. And I think the man has a book on shovels about to come out, if you catch my drift.
Pessimistic view. towards that, principally because I was reading their forums. I was reading their own intelligence about what they intended to do. And it was pretty clear by that point that they were going to try to either overthrow the government or that they were going to settle in for a long-term...
Right there.
Yeah, PD, the break glass guys are largely on their own side, or at least the ones that I've met.
What he just said, I was reading their intelligence. He just revealed that he was breaking the law.
Yep. Let's get it again.
And that he had some sort of access that he shouldn't have had.
Mm-hmm. Let's read it again.
That principally because I was reading their forums. I was reading their own intelligence about what they intended to do.
Oh,
and it
he's
was
talking
pretty
about
clear
right-wing
by
stuff.
that point that they were going
Quote,
to try
unquote.
to either overthrow the government or that they were going to settle in for a long-term series of destabilizing actions using a political party, the Republican Party, as their...
You know, a long-term series of destabilizing actions. What? Where would they have? Where could they have possibly got that idea from? If that
Right.
was the plan, I'm not saying it was, but if it was the plan, I mean, it's just odd. Where would they have gotten an idea for something like that from?
Have you guys ever noticed? Leave it on this image for a second.
Yeah.
How oversized an Oath Keeper's patch is compared to every other patch you've ever seen?
Yep.
Why do you think that is?
You know, they changed that, Joe.
Uh-huh.
They did not used to be that big.
Exactly.
So when I was covering these dudes down in Bundy Ranch, it was a lot more subtle.
Yeah, so they made them this big so that they're a lot easier to see on TV cameras. Just saying.
Yeah, about that.
Oh, that's good. PD says, which one of you in the chat is Nance? It's Hunch the Dirty Roofer.
Hold on, I gotta find it, chat. Because you guys have been saying it, and I agree, but there's, in my opinion, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Here it is. This entire video summed up in an image.
Oh, you know what, you guys? Nance is in our chat under his own name. It's right there under Duke of Malta and above Holly Midlife. Another ad.
Cue up the more you know.
Says Malcolm Nance.
It does.
I'm sorry, AA. I had to do it.
Political basis, and then using violence, threat of violence, and extremism as the way to manifest change in the street, right? So remove politics from the halls of power and change politics through violence on the street. This is called an insurgency. And the insurrection which happened on January...
Gee, a large group of people calling for violence on the street until they get their way. Huh.
Listen, though, it's important to note that he calls it an insurgency. So how do we fight an insurgency? Well, we fight an insurgency with drone strikes, kinetic action, targeted killings, ambushes,
Disappearings.
Seriously, they are literally trying to start a war with you. And as I pointed out several times on Twitter in the last 2 weeks, if someone is fighting a war against you, you eventually need to act like it. Anywho,
Let's let Fathead finish his point.
6. That was...
Wait, can I just point out, like, his head is literally... I didn't even... Like, I said that just... But, like, his head is literally as big as her head plus her hair.
One event. An insurgency is a chain of events. And we've now... It's common knowledge. You know, a year and a half ago when I was calling this an insurgency, people were actually saying, that's crazy, this is not an insurgency, this is not like Iraq, this is not like Libya, it's not like Syria. Well, it is, and it's well on its way. It's closer to the beginnings of the Irish Republican Army. Irish Republicanism, where now...
Very dangerous.
I had his money, I would probably fix my teeth.
But you
Just
know,
saying.
I have heard, and Joe, you'd probably be more in line to be able to talk about this, but I have heard that like at the very, very top, the reason a lot of them don't fix their weird abnormalities is it's kind of a flex. Like, I've got the money to do it, but who am I trying to impress? Fuck you, plebs.
Well, you should start with that shirt.
I know.
Anyway.
God damn it, dude. You know, hold on just a second, chat. If they zoomed out, how much you want to bet he's wearing a pair of New Balances?
Who goes into a store, picks out that shirt, and says, "I'm buying this"?
Hey, it was all that was left in clearance at the Big and Tall.
Republican Party is Sinn Féin, and it's just a matter of seeing who comes up as the provisional Irish Republicans in this story and starts carrying out acts of violence in order to effect change. So we are well on to our way to a multi-year campaign. That we're already 2 years into this campaign where we may have to fight the they in my title, and the they in my title who want to kill Americans are your neighbors.
Well, it actually sounds like you're the one, actually.
Yeah, it literally sounds like you want to kill Americans. Any
That's,
American who disagrees with you.
It's kind of the only read one can really have on that. So let's see if the article has anything else. I'm just gonna skim it real quick. I think it's literally just the same shit they just went over. Thanks Breitbart for that. But yeah, chat. So like we said, Malcolm D's Nuts Nance getting spicy. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. It's not even news at this point, chat. We've just told you that they've been doing training.
Did you
groups
see
for
my
years.
challenge to him and Ron's response?
I did not. Let me come check this out real quick.
So yeah, I put that he's welcome to start with me, and even at my age, that's not an easy task. And then Ron said, "You could put that on pay-per-view." I said, "Nah, because people would really feel cheated. It wouldn't be long enough to justify the money they spent for the pay-per-view."
It's a solid fact, though.
Yeah.
Oh.
I went with the quote from the movie Kingdom of Heaven. "If you've come to kill me, even these days, that's not an easy task."
Chad, I don't know, man. I don't want any of this. If you've ever been unfortunate enough to have seen what a civil war looks like in another country on the ground, or to have met somebody and the way that shatters people, know that it's never something that you enter into lightly, or something that you would ever enter into willingly. It is a last resort when all other civil attempts have failed. Let's see. If only people actually watch CNN, they might have seen this. Oh, well, that's why Breitbart had to echo it. Stand by Daddy shirt. Yeah, there you go. You're off to bed. All right, Anti-Commie. It's been fantastic having you here. We much appreciate you. We are moving along to the very next story, which is, in fact, my boy, Alex Stein. Have y'all seen what they've done to my boy?
Oh, they're coming for him.
They got him and interrogated him. So let's go over.
For what?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's go over it though.
Favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. You're my favorite. She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. You look very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy.
Check. Okay, so we're gonna break this down. I want to point something out here. Is it just me, or if we're looking at body language? Because this, guys, they've confirmed this. This is AOC's boyfriend. This one right here. Okay. Is he not paired off with whoever this is? They seem kind of naturally attracted to walk with each other and not with each other, right? Like, I know that when
I didn't realize that was him.
Yeah, I know that when me and Mrs. Watcher are out and about, I have a tendency to gravitate close to her side. It's just it's a natural protective instinct, you know?
I certainly would have put myself between her and some man filming her.
Certainly. So let's see what happens.
You're my favorite. She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. You look very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
I want you to do a little selfie.
I love it. My favorite AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC. Look how sexy she looks in that dress.
Look, chat, all I'm saying is the man just wanted to eat that cake. All right? So,
Is he... But hold on. Is her boyfriend wearing shorts and taking a dog inside the Capitol?
a tiny, tiny dog. Yes. In fact,
There's a decorum in our government.
chat, can I point
So
out,
she
chat,
claims that she was upset, though. She doesn't look very upset right here. She waves, and her staffer tries to stop her. Then she gives a peace sign.
chat, what's this? Chat, what is that?
Look at his feet, though.
Is that a
Look at
cuck
his
wearing
feet.
cargo shorts? Oh, it is.
Oh, no. Look at his feet.
Oh, it's moccasins. Well, I mean,
Oh.
looks at my feet, but I'm not approaching the
public,
Capitol
bro.
building. I'm
In
at my home
public.
streaming.
I would wear them at home. I would not wear them to the capital of the United States of America.
Brother, I wouldn't wear them to Walmart. Like, oh God.
Booty Latina.
I want you to do a little selfie.
And if someone were approaching Mrs. Watcher, I'm just saying, I would not continue to walk my gay little dog up the stairs. Just
Look at her face. She's smiling. She's not angry like she
not
claimed.
mad. That's not mad. I think she got mad when she found out who it is and that he was mocking her. And that-
Exactly. Exactly.
I love it. My favorite AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC. Look how sexy she looks in that dress. Woo! I love it, AOC. Hi.
Because she does, in fact, have a whole lot of followers who treat her like that. That she doesn't get a whole doesn't get very mad about. But let's go over this chat. So what happened? What happened? Well, you see, Alex Stein was there to promote. Oh, go ahead.
Scroll up to her first tweet there, though.
All right.
Scroll up to her first tweet there. Read the bottom line.
It's just a bummer that I work at an institution that openly allows this, but talking about it only invites more. Just really sad.
What she's saying here is she would like them to shut off your access to them, which is part of our system of government. We have a right to petition our government for the redress of grievances. And she would like you to not have the freedom of speech. You may not say things she does not like.
Yup. So what then happened to this comedian? Comedians who are famous for enjoying freedom of speech because we recognize that comedy is a necessary release valve for conflicts within society. Well, you see, he was doing this to put out content and to do the kind of thing that he does to rattle cages, but also to promote a comedy show that he was going to be performing this evening in Washington, D.C. And what's this, chat? It's been canceled. It was canceled. Correct. Not only canceled, but the follow-on free event that he attempted to throw at 9:30 in a free public area of the Capitol is where he was arrested at, apparently. I'm gonna go down the thread and find the report of him getting arrested, but let me see, where did I put that?
What would he be arrested for?
Well, he was. I shouldn't say arrested. He was detained.
Detained. Well, you can't just detain somebody without a crime.
Well, apparently, according to Chuck Callesto, who is a political strategist and
let's just say I'm very familiar with Chuck Callesto.
and you would know then that Chuck Callesto would know what he's talking about when he says that Alex Stein has been interrogated after pressure from Democratic House leadership.
Yeah.
So there you have it, folks. That apparently happened sometime around 3 p.m. And then I believe, so I was wrong. It was not at the 9 p.m. thing. I thought that's what I had read earlier.
So here's the question: what would you interrogate him for? What criminal act did you see on that video?
I mean, if you want the reality of what Watcher would interrogate him for, were Watcher forced to do this? My only real question would be, bro, there are some better big booty Latinas. Like, she can't actually be your favorite big booty. Like, really? Come on, bro.
Well, I get that, but here's the deal. Until police start saying, I'm sorry, but the Constitution prohibits us from doing this, so we're not going to do it, this will continue and it will get worse.
Very true.
There is no constitutionally valid reason. Now they could go up and ask Alex Stein a question, but Alex Stein can say, pound sand, I don't want to talk to you, and they have to leave him alone because there's nothing there to detain him for. He could have called her horrible names all he wanted, and there's nothing unlawful about it.
Boy, didn't a series of lawmakers, I can't remember currently like who or which side or whatever, but didn't they say like get in people's faces and like let your voice be heard? And geez, I even think I heard
like
that rioting was the voice of
this
the unheard.
Latina chick from New York City.
Yeah, a big booty Latina chick, like a decently kind of goblin modi though. You know what I mean? Anybody remember that?
Yeah.
What did Holly Midlife say?
Mischief. Conspiracy. And she's right. A woman does not wear a dress like that if she doesn't want someone to look at it.
Joe Dutchman says AOC is tsundere. Potentially. She was happy for the compliment in real time. Agreed, chat. That's what I saw. That is what my trained eyes detect. Detention without probable cause, or RAD. Yeah, it is. It's kidnapping, but gee, who would be the one to investigate that crime? Huh. Weird. Conspiracy to commit mischief. Well, I mean, you could literally knock him up for that any day of the week. That boy is hella mischievous.
You have been charged with one count of conspiracy to admire booty.
Guilty. Take me away. The same thing goes for unjustified traffic stops. They need a reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime, not a violation. I don't know. I think I could be wrong here. Isn't that a state-to-state thing? Because I'm pretty sure I've been given more than a couple of pullovers for like, hey, are you aware that your tail light's out?
Oh boy.
Usually when I'm driving a trailer that I haven't driven for quite a long time. You know how those trailer bulbs be, chat. When you check it, they're fine, and then 10 minutes after, they blow a fuse. So that's what we got, chat, on the Alex Stein story. I mean, we've got other stories, but that's it for Alex Stein. My poor boy, they done canceled his show. They done questioned him. I don't know what more to say about that, chat. It's just very sad. The next thing we're going to get into, chat, is going to be kind of a trip, and I want everybody to kind of buckle up for it. And I am actually going to make sure, because it has migrated. Okay, so cool. This is a royalty-free mix. Chat, we're going to read through this thing. We're gonna take ourselves to the land of the Far East. I know that I do a lot of China updates on the show, but I don't get to do nearly as many as I want to. And I want to get across something because a new trend has emerged in China, and it is rather startling, and I believe you should be aware of it. So I've told you before about a weird peculiarity of the Chinese market, and that is that your average Chinese citizen who is not connected to the party and is not independently wealthy, the only investment options they are allowed to invest in by law are real estate. That's it. So you'll see a bunch of people in China that's part of the reason why you have these ghost cities people have talked about. In fact, let me look up let me bring up a video for that so we've got something playing. These ghost cities are insane, by the way, if you haven't heard about them. They are cities that are like pre-planned and set up in various places. And in fact, we're going to take Serpent ZA's video because it's a rather good one. And it's...
I'll be right back. Go ahead.
You're fine, boss. By the way, I hope that situation.
So what is the secret?
So they set up these cities in kind of distant areas where they say, yeah, we're planning on there being this many people and we're going to try and get them distributed, right? And so they build these massively over-engineered, gigantic sections of cities in far-flung rural regions where they'll set up multiple coffee shops and like replicas of different foreign cities and these massive apartment blocks. It's rather ridiculous. And what you'll have is basically like a skeleton crew of people that are actually living there, because there are no jobs and no one in China wants to live in a sub tier 2 city. Like preferably they want to be in a tier 1 city, but a tier 2 minimum. There are ghost cities in North Korea too, but they're kind of different. So all of these, chat, are financial investments that many Chinese people make sight unseen, right? They will invest in these apartments as a way for part of their retirement plan, or just as part of, hey, we've got some extra money from this little small business, and then over time they rot because they're not built well. They're built on what do they call it? The tofu drag construction. Which is just like the cheapest methods possible. It's essentially how you build model homes. Like when you're literally just trying to show how something looks, but it's not built to be stable or sturdy or last any period of time whatsoever. It's just a model of what it's supposed to look like. They've been doing that, but for like giant high-rise buildings, luxury apartments, that kind of thing. Because it's all an investment tool, right? It's understood that it's just an investment tool. No one's actually going to live there in most cases, right? But occasionally you do get a couple of people who live in some of the apartments just because they're cheaper than living in a large tier city, and you might be able to get yourself a local business or a local job and make just a scraping and make ends meet outside of the big cities of China and kind of be left alone. You watch these I watched these same videos 5 years ago too. It's just this isn't the news part. This is just something to play over the background and give people, in case you're new here, an understanding of why what we're going to talk about in just a moment is such a damn big deal. Just an unbe-goddamn-leavably big deal. So, let's get into this. China's property crisis is getting much worse. These 4 charts show just how grim it is. Only China's credit market is entering a new stage of its distress cycle as the world's number 2 economy contracts. Payment risk is spreading from private developers to a wide variety of borrowers. Global investors have been hardest hit by default. Hey, global investors meaning foreign investors. What did I tell you on the Council for Future Conflicts chat? If there is a chance between shorting Whitey and shorting locals who have their entire life savings wrapped up in these investments, they're going to short the foreigner every time. Okay? So China's offshore bond delinquencies.
They call us foreign devils, by the way.
They do literally call us foreign devils, yes. In fact, very long time ago, it is supposedly true that that the emperor would spread rumors that only people inside of China have souls, and that all the other people they met were soulless and were trying to steal the souls of Chinese people. This is a long time ago. It's like medieval era China, but I have read this in several accounts. So feel free to correct me.
It's also why they tried to internally they blamed COVID on black people.
Should we show them that commercial from years ago? The commercial that had all of Africa up in arms. Have you seen this? The washing machine
it's
one.
It's a classic. I don't have it available.
I'll grab it real quick before we move on. Chat, we'll do this because it's great. Yeah, as soon as you type in China WA, that's the China washing machine commercial is the first thing that comes up. Here we go, chat. Just So I've heard it said before, and it's absolutely true in the interactions that I've seen. There are no more racist people on Earth than the Han Chinese. So here you go. Oh, there's music in there that I'm going to get hit for. So he wolf whistles. This is, again, chat, I am not endorsing this at all. But this was a super popular commercial in China, and it made all of Africa very, very angry. Oh, don't let. Hey, it's not my fault, chat. I'm not the one who made it. It didn't air in my country.
Absolutely horrible.
It is kind of funny, though. So, these are missed deadlines on bond delinquencies, guys. That is not unheard of, but definitely nearly unheard of in peacetime. You don't generally stiff foreign investors in peacetime unless things are going real bad. The pillars of strength in China's property bond market are crumbling. The dollar bond sell-off that began with Evergrande and decimated nearly all weaker developers is now threatening investment-grade giants like Vank that until this week seemed insulated. Guys, part of this you have to remember is that the Chinese government has done roughly all it can to try and save this in the gentle means, right? Like just printing money and propping companies up. They're super, super overextended in their currency manipulation and all of the various different tricks that they generally use to try and give their companies an edge. All of that has failed, and they no longer have any room to make those adjustments. So as all of this is happening, remember that it's gonna progressively get worse as all of those measures fail. Homebuyers in 22 China's cities are refusing to pay mortgages on stalled projects. Banks already grappling with developer defaults now have to brace for homebuyer defaults. With start-stop lockdowns, construction delays are yet to worsen. So, chat, in case that's not clear, when they pay for these mortgages, they often get a bunch of people to sign onto the building so that every apartment in the building is sold before they ever start development, and they're continuously making payments as the development happens. Something that doesn't generally happen here in the States. It can happen, but generally you have a construction loan and you pay the construction loan, but you don't pay all of it. You just pay the required maintenance fee on that construction loan. Not the same here. You're paying the actual mortgage as soon as you sign on, and you probably won't have anywhere to actually lay your head for many years, if ever. They're stalled, and they're stalled in some of the largest mains, like investment cities. Because remember that the biggest cities, all of these houses are already built. These are for housing builders, and so Fuzhou particularly is a very, very popular place for investing. It's bad. So here's our fourth chart. Bank stocks are tumbling on escalating risk. Non-performing loans triggered by refusal to pay mortgages could reach $83 billion. Chinese authorities have held emergency meetings with banks, and Chinese policymakers proved willing to cripple its junk dollar bond market to crack down on real estate. But these risks of broad social unrest and financial instability are a critical escalation for the property crisis, which authorities have yet to confront. Guys, here's the deal. Like I said, everyone in China, all of the working class, their entire retirement, which, remember, the old way of Chinese retirement was to have enough kids that your kids would support you in retirement. And because the CCP nominally forced people to have one child for a really long time, that's why they even allowed the average citizen to be able to invest in the first place in a communist country. It was part of the concession that they made, was that we'll give you the ability to provide for yourself in old age in other ways. This is bad, folks. The Chinese economy last year only grew by 0.48%, which is significantly, like, I think that's less than a quarter of what its general growth factor is, and what people have said the CCP needs to maintain internal stability. I'm going to shut up for a second and let Joe talk while I go grab a fizzy water.
Problem you have in any centrally planned economy, there's no room for innovation, there's no room for free thinking, and there's no room for turning around something like this. And that's That's kind of where they are right now. Historically, communist countries, when faced with a situation like this, do one thing to try and prevent mass unrest from happening. Does anybody know what that one thing is?
We've talked about it a whole lot. It's we in fact we have a literal show devoted to it.
Oh. Yes, indeed. War is the answer.
So who do we think China's going to be fighting then, Joe? Is it going to be Taiwan, or are they going to try and turn on a different, more potentially soft target?
Well, at this particular point in time, the Chinese fishing militia is squared off against Filipino Marines on an island in the Spratlys. The Filipinos have landed troops on it, and the Chinese fishing militia, has the island surrounded. And we just sent a destroyer through there.
So we're actually taking an interest this time. Interesting. I wonder if the Obama, the Biden administration maybe learned something from the Fiery Cross Reef incident. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, they're just they're just sailing through. They didn't actually stop and.
No, they didn't stop. They just sailed through the Spratlys, though.
The king of half measures.
Anyway.
Yeah, start a war. Chat's got it. Gin up the war machine. Exactly, chat. Is this the part where they nuke the PSA? Oh, probably not. I hope not. I think...
No, but I would not be... I hate to be this cynical, but I hope y'all got a little tin foil nearby.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where a magical fizzled nuclear bomb story starts to come out, where they say, you know what, there have been a few deaths, but we caught this bomb. It didn't actually go off. They tried to, and it fizzled right there in Times Square. And you know what? It was the white supremacists.
Oh, white supremacy!
You heard it here first. So that's where the PSA comes from, to put it in your minds.
Yeah. So, chat, that's been something that a lot of people have predicted for quite a long time. Would be a really convenient thing. And if you look into who's gone the farthest in the miniaturization of nuclear technology, I think you'll find that there's only one real culprit if something ever does turn up in suitcase format. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
And it's it ain't us and it ain't the Russians, but it's not the Chinese either. I'll put it that way. Go ahead, Joe. I cut you off. Sorry about that.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
All right. I think we got one more story for the evening, chat. Unless you guys, again, if you guys have something you want me to cover, let me know. But I think we've got one last story. Let me check the thread and see what... Oh, no, we got a couple of viewer-submitted stories that I need to get into. But let's pull up the Frisian independence movement real quick. Not actually, just that was a joke. Lewis Blackpool was out there. I figured we'd go over what Rebel News has been covering on the ground because he followed a little convoy they were doing.
What do you think?
And I like this little 3 minutes. So we're just gonna let it run.
Could happen if the farmers' demands are not met.
I think it's war. I think then it's war.
They're just starting to roll through now, and there are so many of them with signs all across them, waving the flags from the Netherlands flag to the Frisian flag. I mean, I've never seen anything like this before. Look at that, there's a sign on the front there, help, no farmers, no food. And they just keep coming in. The convoy is massive. This is Lewis Brackpool for Rebel News, and today I'm in the small town of Marom, which we are following once again a tractor convoy. Now the farmers are out in full force today, carrying on their protest against these radical environmental policies imposed by the Dutch government.
And here, I'm particularly proud to announce that the Netherlands will host the global coordinating secretariat of the World Economic Forum Food Innovation Hubs.
We're going to continue to follow them throughout the town, see where they end up, and let's ask some questions. Don't go away. For you to be here today?
Yeah, to support the farmers, to be a family, to get up against the... Yeah, this is not a democracy anymore.
To make a statement.
Yeah.
For the farmers.
Yeah.
Because in Den Haag, the people, they want the farmers away from the world.
Yeah.
So we make a statement.
Yeah. Do you feel the tension is high in the Netherlands currently?
Yeah, very high.
Yeah, I have a transport company and 60% of my work is for farmers. This is when they want to have the farmers away. But one farmer, there are much more work from...
I will give it a quick pause. Holly says this gives her trucker vibes. As a person who watched the trucker thing from beginning to end and actually listened in on some of the Zello conversations the truckers were having in the very early planning stages, and have been planning a little YouTube meme-style comedy documentary about it, could not agree with you more. This has major trucker vibes, although I will say, if more of this had happened at the same time as the truckers, we might see a different Canada now.
From it's not only the farm, it's transport, is the who brings the food.
Oh, hey, good night, Zach. You have a really good one. Thanks for joining us this evening. Anybody else who needs to go out, just so you know, I very much appreciate you guys. We've been here really late. It's just there's a lot to talk about. But I appreciate each and every one of you who's been here late. I appreciate all 37 of you who liked the video and all 30 of you who are still hanging out here in the chat. You guys are the absolute best. With that said, let's get through this Dutch story because we've got another one after this too, actually.
Who gets the milk and everything. Yeah.
So we've wrapped up now. The farmers are now going to, I guess, head home. They've done their protests for the day. And we've been going around and asking supporters and farmers what they think. Are they worried? Do they know what's coming next? And it's safe to say that tensions are still high in the Netherlands, and it doesn't look like it's going to ease anytime soon. People keep talking about a civil war if the farmers do not get their demands met, and that is a very scary prospect if I was to give my own opinion there. So this has been Lewis Brackpool reporting in the Netherlands for Rebel News.
So G-Man brings up a good comment in the chat. He says, big difference is probably the planning aspect. I'm going to have to agree with you there, boss. These guys aren't or don't seem to be from the surface as well organized as the truckers did. Viva had to flee to the U.S. I know they're saying that, but like I don't think Viva was ever actually in danger of being arrested yet. I think he's just here on vacation. Am I wrong? Like, he's got a vehicle on lease in Canada that he has said that he's going to have to bring back. And I think he kept saying that they're only there for 3 or 4 days. I could be wrong, though. Maybe I'm wrong. But it does take quite a long time to put through a visa system. And given that his law degree does not apply in the U.S., I do not believe... Oh, it might, actually. His law degree might apply to one specific part of the U.S., because there is a part of the U.S. where the law is not based on English common law, but French common law. And so he might actually be able to practice down in Louisiana. Oh, he flat out moved to Florida? I did not know that. I thought he was just there on a short vacation. Okay. I am happy then. I'm happy that Viva's an American. I'm not going to lie. Well, I guess he's probably not yet. He's probably on a temporary visa. But I'm happy he's here. Any comment on that, Joe? Do you watch Viva Fry at all?
He here temporarily. He's got a visa and everything. So
That's fantastic. I'm so 3 year. That's fantastic. I hope that he can. I'm sure that he's maybe considering citizenship, and if so, I strongly encourage him to do so. I think he probably knows a few people who might be able to help in the legal department. All right, chat. So the Dutch farmers are fighting back, but again, they are disarmed.
hey, pull up my my new article actually.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
All right, so this is a new article I wrote, feeling like we have to actually literally do something. So, you want to give it one of your famous reads?
Certainly. You like the way I read? I
do.
I have considered doing audiobooks before. Give me a second. I need to get a little bit of this bubbly. Hold on. My mouse isn't responding. It should be dragging the article down. Let me do it over here. Okay. That should have fixed it. So, oh, come on. There we go. How can I help? This one has a bit of a long. This one has a bit of a long intro, so bear with me as I explain why before I get to the how. Each morning, when I do my daily prayer, I ask God to put me where I can help. That may be on the side of the road, at a gas station, or on the receiving end of a phone call, or even right in front of my keyboard. I use the ending of Romans 6:13 to offer my services to God as a protector. Offer every part of yourself to Him as an instrument of righteousness. Romans 6:13b. I guess bravo. You can call it silly, sentimental, religious nonsense if you wish, but because I say this every single day, I found myself at countless injury accident scenes, including one bad rollover and one bad car versus people, where I was the first person to treat the injured. One time I came across a Michigan State trooper pinned between two cars with multiple other injuries on scene. As everyone else drove by, I jumped out to help. It's not always an accident or medical issue, though I've intervened in a heart attack. One time I pulled into a gas station and there was a distraught elderly woman at the next pump. I asked how I could help, and she tearfully explained that her husband had recently died and that he'd always pumped the gas. She was upset because she had no idea how to work the new modern pumps. I spent some time helping and teaching her how. Now, I had never stopped here before and popped in on a whim. That wasn't me, it was God presenting that chance to help to me. Now, I'm not telling you these to get kudos or likes. I'm telling you because God offers you choices as to whether to get involved or not. Every single incident here has something in common. The vast majority of other people, everyday citizens, just passed by on the incident. They were presented with the same choice I was, and they chose to move on. We are called not to pass by. The story of the Good Samaritan points this out. He went to him and bandaged his wounds. Remember, the Samaritan was a pagan, and Jesus said he was he was a better follower of God's law than the priests and Levites who walked on past the injured man. Okay, JD, neat story, but what does this have to do with preparedness? I'm glad you asked, actually. Our nation, and the greater Western world, is, whether we choose to admit it or not, in a state of cold civil war. Forces of evil and globalism seek to destroy the fabric of our society and are willing to do so through force and force of arms. They are burning churches and counseling centers, political offices, and possibly even food and energy plants to the ground. They are attacking people on the streets. I mentioned earlier that I asked God to put me where I'm needed, and I explained that He did in numerous times. But as I was finishing TW4, yes, I finally finished it. Can I get a big whoop whoop in the chat for that? I was researching the story of Gideon.
Nice.
Gideon complained that God hadn't magically solved the situation they were in, which is remarkably similar to ours. Here's how he answered Gideon. The Lord turned to him and said, "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian? Is that how you pronounce that? Midian's hands."
Yes, Midian.
Okay, cool. Am I not sending you? Judges 6:14. Convicted, right? So many of us are willing or are waiting for the big white knight on a big white horse, as many Don the Plebs put it, to show up and push the auto win button, that we aren't willing to do anything ourselves. This is the false hope that Patrick Henry warned about. I am going to just add a quick aside and say, chat, one of my very, very favorite quotes. I'm not even sure the origin. It may be in the Bible itself. It may be somewhere else, or it may have just been an important individual who said it. But God helps those who help themselves. There's no other way to put that, folks.
Yeah, that's not actually a quote, but it is literally the example given like 37 times in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
You got to do the work, but I will help you.
Now I realize that it's not yet time to do kinetic things, and we're afraid of the risk of arrest. No activity in life is free of risk, and if we don't do something, we might as well stop complaining about it and move into the pod, eat the bugs, and become some variant of LGBT, because that's eventual outcome. That's the eventual outcome of doing nothing. Waiting for
missing a word there.
That's all right. Waiting is no longer a viable option. Also, please don't blow the hopium of the midterms in my direction. There are concrete steps short of kinetic action that we can do to try and push back. I am going to give you a short list of things you can do and should do today. The first one I've harped on forever. Carry a first aid kit. Stop! Right now, chat. First aid kit check. Mine is within 3 feet of my desk. Got it right here. First aid kit check. Tell me in chat when you've got it. I want to see it. Seriously. Where's your IFAC? How close is it to you? How long did it actually take you to find it? Do it. Let me know as I read the rest of this article. I'm not going to hold us up, but seriously, how long is it taking you to find? Are you still looking for it right now? Come on. Okay. The first one I've harped on forever. Carry a first aid kit. There is no excuse not to be carrying trauma gear at this point. Mass shootings, bombings, and assaults are literally everywhere and getting worse. Carrying an IFAC, and here is an exact link that you should go to. It's soulattack.com for those of you listening in audio format only. Get the PTK one. Everywhere you go. I carry an extra IFAC for treating others in my backpack. Joe, can I ask a question? Do you use the Soul Attack VIP pack for that?
Diplomat? Yes.
Yeah, the Diplomat pack. Yeah, I figured that's what that's best for. Personally, Mrs. Watcher and I don't have a ton of money, and so we sprung for the multicast pack, and then we're just going to repackage it into individual packets ourselves, and then have
my
that.
Friend, read on.
Yeah, that's it ended up being significantly cheaper that way.
Literally the next sentence.
Oops. Let's see. I also carry an IFAC for treating others' backpack and a mass casualty kit. Again, Soul Attack has one in the back of my SUV. Carry something.
Mass casualty kit.
Yeah, that's the best. In my opinion, that is the best bang for the buck when you look at what's in it, folks. It's not cheap, but it is. It's what you need. And it, by the way, the bag it comes in is very nice. That's what I was just holding. It's like a fanny pack, only it's got like extra utility pouches on the sides that I quite like. That would work really well with a molly pack. You could integrate it onto the bottom of a molly pack as a butt pad that would basically cover the outside of a sleeping roll pretty easily. It's very high quality, and it came with a ton of extra space. I am talking about a ton of extra space to be able to add all of the little things that you can procure on your own. Don't neglect a boo-boo kit for minor cuts and scrapes. Yes, and in fact, can I make a recommendation? When you look for IFAC kits, get one that has a secondary, like you see how this has got one zip? I really like the kind that have a second zip on top that have a flat pack on top, because you can put your flat pack boo-boo kit in there with a couple of individual use Neosporin containers and all that kind of shit.
That's the way the ones that I actually have are too. Yep.
Also, like if you really need it for a boo-boo kit, that's also the place to put a pair of that's the place to put a sewing kit if you get my my drift. In case you need to close somebody up. Also, get good at that, because you can practice that at home. That's literally what surgeons do, is they practice it on fruit. There's no excuse. You can do it with fishing line. Am I wrong, Joe? Am I wrong about that? Like, that is a skill you can literally just practice. Even if you're never going to use it.
You can practice. And actually, like, on Amazon, they sell a suture practice kit with a bunch of different shaped cuts. And it's like $20.
They do. And if you're going to go that way, you might as well also look at the sterile staple suture kits that they also offer there for very cheap, as for some applications, staples are best. Although that it does add a lot of weight, or not weight, but a lot of space. But again, if you're getting the Solitac Multicast kit, you've got way more than enough space. I put mine in there. So, let's see. The second one is pretty vital. We are seeing vandalism and arson attacks on churches and counseling centers all over the country with the Roe v. Wade decision, and they are going to get worse as we near the midterm election. I encourage you to get out and protect your local churches by at least getting out and watching over them. If you see illegal activity, call your local law enforcement. There is nothing illegal about this, and it needs to be done. I encourage you to research your state laws about self-defense and citizen's arrest. Not because I want you to arrest somebody, but because I want you to understand the legal protections that are actually on your side and the level of force the state allows you to use when someone is committing a felony in your presence. Arson is a felony. Aggravated assault, like we keep seeing, is a felony. Property destruction with inflation is almost always a felony. Understand that protesters are prosecutors. Yeah, that's what we wanted. Are setting aside self-defense laws at charging time. But if the Rittenhouse case taught us anything, it's that in the end, the laws as written do indeed protect you in the long run. It is worth standing on principle. Look, folks, and here's the other thing I'm going to say. There is another case that happened at roughly the same time at Rittenhouse that was roughly the same story as Rittenhouse, only in my opinion it was worse. There was a gentleman, I can't even remember the city. I hate myself for not being able to remember his name off the top of my head, but he was a bar owner, and he was trying to protect his bar, and his father was there helping him, and his father was being assaulted, and then he tried to intervene in that, and then he got assaulted, and he ended up pulling a gun and shooting someone, and he was also charged for murder. And unfortunately, he potentially ended up, well, I know that he lost both of his businesses. He definitely had to file for bankruptcy. He lost his family. He was being forced to go to court over losing the family and some of the businesses.
His name is Robert something or other.
Yeah. I hate myself for not knowing it off the top of my head, chat, because we should all know his name. His name was not Robert Paulson, but we should remember it as easily as that comes to mind. He was a Marine Corps vet as well, and he ended up potentially taking his own life before trial, because he wasn't getting the kind of national support that Kyle was. It was before Kyle. It was before anybody really realized how serious this threat was going to get, when people were still kind of reeling and in shock during the first couple of weeks. And don't give up. If you find yourself in a situation like that, don't give up. Keep fighting. Even if you end up getting sentenced, there are still appeals. The life goes on. Don't give up. That's what they want you to do. Don't give the bugmen an easy win. All right?
Seriously, when you look at the Rittenhouse case and the way that it fell apart in court, it's obvious that they never thought they would have to defend it in court. They thought he would plead it out.
So, research your local self-defense laws, because they are significantly different in different states, and they can even be different in specific localities and even specific cities. So make sure you understand where you are legally and what you can do legally, and as he's mentioned, self-defense and citizen's arrest. Sorry that I'm breaking this down and not doing a smooth read through. It's just they seem kind of important. If a police officer asks you what you're doing, explain yourself. I'm keeping watch over our local church, and say nothing else. There's absolutely nothing at all illegal about that. Don't let an officer tell you to move along because you are suspicious or loitering. Loiter means having no business in the area. Protecting community assets is business in the area. There is no law against suspicious activity. Make your own decisions, but these are valid legal concepts. Unless you were stopped for a motor vehicle violation or being detained for an articulable crime with probable cause, there's generally no requirement to provide identification. But all the same, SLNT bags aren't a bad thing to have, and there's the link for it right there. Let me throw it in the chat if you guys are looking for a good Faraday bag.
Great.
Guys, I'm going to get to the chat, I promise. His name was Jacob Gardner. Thank you, Commander Osis. I really appreciate you. I will get to the chat. I'm just going to read this article, and then we're gonna pump the rest of this out, and then we're gonna get to the chat, and I'll catch up on you. On the flip side, if you aren't willing to do at least those two things, or are too afraid that something bad will happen, you'll get arrested, or you'll lose your job, I ask you to do two things. First, don't leave me a comment about all the reasons you can't do these simple things. Second, please unsubscribe and then unfollow me on Twitter. And I'll ask you to do a third thing. Just go ahead and go follow over at T-Rex Arms, because that seems kind of more like your flavor. We are at an inflection point. We can't afford people who aren't willing to do even those two simple legal things, to push back a little against the forces of evil and resist the Marxist takeover. It really is an attack on our religious freedoms. Be strong and be courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Oh, it's not done. Oh, yeah, it is done. That's just the thing.
No. Read the part about me.
Okay, yeah. Hey, if you like our content and would like to support us,
I'm just kidding.
Joe needs a portable repeater. Please donate below. Also,
Yeah.
chat, we might be being asked to, Joe might be being asked to review a drone. Although, if he's going to go that way, I'm going to start reaching out to a couple places that have build my own drones. But they're probably not going to like the angle I'm going to take on that for my classes on how to build your own drones, because most of them are hobbyist places that are just selling to people who want to go out and do FPV sorts of fun adventures, or are testing out their own little scientific tools. We can just say we're doing that, though, right, chat?
Right. That's it.
Joe, his tinfoil hat covers doubles as a Faraday cage. Yes, and think about how much better your tinfoil hat would look if it were a silent bag.
Right. You know, on that note in the story there where I talk about the police officer, so NC Scout tells a story that he was teaching a radio class, and part of the class involves getting out in various parts of town and making contact with these radios and doing different radio things. We're just going to leave it at things. At one point, a police officer pulls up and says, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" And he's like, "We're just working on radio training." And he goes, "All right, I'm going to need system identification." And NC Scout goes,
"No, you're
for
not."
What? He's like, "Well, this is suspicious." And he goes, "No, people literally use radios all over. Every business in this strip mall right here has people with radios in it." He goes, "Yeah, but you guys are out in your cars, you're using radios." And he's like, "Well, you better get a supervisor over here because we're not doing anything wrong." And the officer decided at that point to pull off and leave. Police officers, God love them, but they will try their best to convince you that they have some sort of authority that they do not actually have.
That's part. That's part of the game, chat.
Yeah.
Think about it. Think about it from their perspective. If your job was to try and get people to comply and to try and you were limited by a series of rules, don't you think that over time, as a culture, you might develop certain tricks of the language, certain shall we call them semantic attacks to use to have compliance from people who don't otherwise want to be compliant and give you what they want, like letting you search their vehicle?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's why on the video of that shooting in Miami that we talked about, you hear him say to the one kid, he goes, okay, I'm done with you and you're free to go, but can I check in your bag? At that point, he's telling the kid he's free to go. When an officer tells you that,
go.
Say thank you, officer.
Go.
And turn around and
just
walk
go.
away.
Whatever he says after that doesn't matter. You just go.
You just go. and so that's the same thing here. And basically, the officer's point was probably that, you need a license to use a radio, which is not true because I wrote a whole article on unlicensed communications. But even if that was the case, it's like guns. In Michigan, they put out a bulletin every year that reminds police officers that you cannot just stop someone because they're carrying a gun. And yet police officers do it all the time because there's nothing inherently illegal about carrying a gun. And the argument the police officer makes is, yeah, but that guy might not be eligible to carry a gun. And the Michigan Attorney General reminds them that doesn't matter. Unless you know for a fact he's not eligible, you have no right to contact them. And you may have a consensual conversation, but they don't have to answer you. They don't have to identify themselves.
And if you're out there wondering like how to conceptualize that, because if you're a lefty and you're like, what? How could that possibly be? Think about it this way. That would be like claiming that the simple act of driving your car is enough to pull you over on suspicion that you're not authorized to drive your car, which is very obviously not the law of the land.
Correct. Absent a specific piece of information that says you're committing a crime, there's no need to ID yourself. So, and we don't want to be confrontational, but don't give up your rights.
Yeah, hold on. I've actually got a video that we got to watch about that real quick. It's just one I like to bring up every time this topic comes up.
Dude, I got to be on a show in 7 hours.
Oh, you got to. Oh, yeah, me too. You can dip out anytime you want. But this is a commercial. Hold on, let me find it. I gotta find this fucker. It's really famous, but oh, here it is.
Brothers at Law. We've been warning people, if you are working for an unlicensed dispensary, an illegal dispensary, and it gets raided, you need to shut the fuck up. If you shut the fuck up, you have a good chance that we can make the case go away. Case in point, 3 employees of an illegal shop were busted during a raid. 2 of them said, oh, I'm just volunteering here. The third guy shut the fuck up. And the DA did not prosecute the guy who shut the fuck up. They can't prove what you were doing there. If you're a customer, a patient, walked in to go to the bathroom, they don't know. You got to shut the fuck up, and it's Shut the Fuck Up Friday. So review the script. What do you say when the cop first pulls you over?
Why'd you pull me over?
And when he keeps asking questions?
Not discussing my day.
And they ask more questions?
Am I being detained or am I free to go?
And if detained, what do you say?
I invoke the 5th.
And then what do? You
shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up Friday. Never answer questions when the cops ask.
Have safe holidays.
Very important advice to take to heart. I'm not like it's a meme, but it's not just a meme.
I saw a commercial for a show that aired in Australia, right? And so the cops show up at this guy's house, and the guy's like a bad guy, and the show's about him. The cops show up at his house, and they're like, "Are you so and so?" And the guy goes, "I don't answer questions." And they're like, "Okay, but are you so and so?" And he goes, "Yeah, I don't answer questions." "Is this your house?" "I don't answer questions." And the cops look at each other and are like, "All right, then." And they turn around and leave. And you know what, though? He's right.
Now, chat, there are other stories I would love to bring up. There are stories I would love to bring up, chat, but unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier in the show, the stories you gave me, we'll probably keep talking about a couple other things before we go to bed. I will, at least. Joe's going to have to leave here pretty soon. But the important one that somebody brought up, it is a very important story. It's on my Please Submit Stories to Me thread, and I didn't get to it on purpose because, as I mentioned...
I found this video. I'm going to send this to you real quick. I want you to play it. It's that video I was just talking about.
I will. The Eye of Susan is upon us, and so we're not going to talk about that story further than just saying... that it's very interesting that there are a lot of resignations in the NIH, and we'll leave it at that.
There's a lot of resignations going on suddenly all over the world.
They're from really high-ranking places. And Joe, apropos of nothing, of course, not tied to anything at all. But it is interesting, Joe, that stories have been coming out for many years about the elites buying up. Okay, perfect. I'll grab it. The elites buying up doomsday bunkers and doomsday yachts and the like. It's
That's where they've been doing it at.
Well, all over the
New
place.
Zealand.
Oh, New Zealand is a very popular spot.
Afternoon, sir.
Almost as though... Boy, chat, again, apropos of nothing, but did you know that when the Romans were trying to, like, take out the Gallic tribes and absorb them, one of the things that they did is that, like, they'd take, like, the children of the elite and they'd have them be raised in Rome, right? And then they'd have them go back eventually, having been entirely Romanicized, but still being technically having claim to that culture. They'd have them go back and they'd have them try and talk their tribes over to being more amenable to the things that Rome wanted. It was just send a few more soldiers. Don't attack these areas we don't want you to attack. It was a real strategy, and it's not the first time it's been used. It's an interesting one. And oftentimes after those tribes turned against them, the Romans did have various like inner cities that were quite nice places, very beautiful places that they'd reward those people with if they managed to survive and escape. If those people turned on them. I'm just saying that there's some striking similarities in history. That often history repeats and rhymes. Ask for a lawyer. Yes, every time.
That's not the article I sent you, is it?
No. Maybe it copied wrong. Let me pull it up again. There we go. Yeah.
Afternoon.
This one.
This is classic sound.
Afternoon, sir. Are you Ray Shoesmith?
I don't answer questions. Can I help you?
We're looking for a Ray Shoesmith. Does he live here?
I don't answer questions.
Okay, is there somebody here who can answer questions?
I don't answer questions.
Okay, I don't really know how to respond to that, sir.
I'm just gonna do the traditional nearly 30-second pause just to make sure that the little AI gremlins don't come tagging us, because I hate to have to mute these parts of the video later.
We just spoke to a woman by the name of Petra Jenkins. She says you threatened her and tried to menace her.
Did she?
Yeah. You got anything you want to say about that?
I don't answer questions.
Would you mind telling us why?
I don't answer questions.
Okay.
The look on his face is priceless.
See ya.
I know.
We'll come back later.
Okay.
Oh, it's glorious.
Perfect, right?
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Scott, that is a great question I'd like to answer real quick. I'm going to go back through the chat. We're going to work through it. I'm going to make sure I answer everybody and what you were talking about. But before Joe, I'm not saying he has to peel out now, but I want to make sure we get to this. He says, will we be on tomorrow night? Yes. Yes, we will.
Absolutely.
We have a specific guest, Joe and I, tomorrow night. We're not sure if it's going to be over here or on Joe's channel. We've yet to work that out. But we know for sure that we... Joe, why don't you talk a little bit about our guest, since you're the one who's been trying to get him for so long.
So our guest goes by a pseudonym, and I'll give you the pseudonym so you can Google his books and probably buy them because you want them. The name he goes by is Don Shift, and he is a sheriff's deputy out in California. We won't say where, but he has some thoughts on suburban combat, suburban defense. He started out with suburban defense, which how to defend your neighborhood as riots happen and things like that. Then he went to suburban warfare, which was how to defend your home in the event of legit Civil War comes. Then he read my books and he read Clay Martin's books, and he decided to write rural home defense. And he actually dug deep, just like I do, into the practices of the Rhodesians and the South Africans in response to farm attacks. And he wrote a really good book on that. I've got all 3 of his books. They're pretty fantastic. Good dude. I think all of his books, if you go to my website, they're all on the recommendations page. There's links to his books there. Good dude, great guy.
Really good dude. He, if you need to follow him, he's been interacting with me quite a bit on Twitter. Apparently, chat. Apparently, he's a viewer, which
has been for a while.
Surprised me. So there you go, chat. We've definitely got a guest tomorrow. We're not sure which channel it'll be on, but it'll be one of them. And then he's going to be unavailable for a little while, but when he's available again in a couple weeks, he's also going to be coming on Future Conflict. And he's offered himself up just to be available for a rotating slot when we need him and when his knowledge would be useful when he's not on shift. So that's what we've got, Chad. It's going to be a good time. Joe, did you need to kick off?
Yeah, I'm going to take off because I got to get my beauty sleep in. This doesn't just happen. I mean, it's work.
Yeah, he's got to apply the cucumbers, chat. There's that whole guacamole spread that goes on. It's a thing.
In reference to my beauty thing, I don't answer questions.
Nope, not at all. None at all. All right, guys. Thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate you, bud. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, we'll see you.
Chat, let's read back up through everything here. So, guys, I'm so angry. Self-defense laws are so important, and YouTube keeps censoring this important thing you're trying to say about a book. TR Greater Rex, are you a member of our Gilded? That is a thing. You are always welcome to come say in our Gilded, where speech is largely free, so long as you're not threatening anybody or... Oh, yeah, that one. I can't believe they're censoring that. He literally has a channel on YouTube. That's fantastic that you did that, though. It makes me concerned that I might not be able to say it, though I will. lawofselfdefense.com. lawofselfdefense.com. Free book about self-defense. Free book about self-defense. I don't always agree with his takes on things that happen. But that is largely because my understanding is based on morality, whereas his is actually based on the law, which, again, it's a very important thing, right? Lawofselfdefense.com. Although recently, some of the times, the only 2 times this far we've disagreed, one of them I've proved to be right, and the other one is currently a matter of public reference, or currently a thing that's happening. Joe does rock. Joe is fantastic, Honcho. He's one of my very favorite people. I wish I need to do more for Joe, honestly. I need to pump out some more videos. And I will be. I'm going to be doing more editing streams because you guys have enjoyed that, and it has actually brought on a couple of people who are now going to be doing some minor, simple editing work for us in the background. So that's going to be nice. You're a platinum member of Law of Self-Defense. Ooh. Let's see. I'm just gonna go back up the chat in reverse order, so some of it's not gonna make sense. How do you do, fellow Germanics? I'm assuming that's about New Zealand, and accurate. Canadian Prepper had a whole series on that. Saw the bunker market has been booming. Yeah, it has been for a long time too, but like, as anything, only the really clairvoyant smart ones got in early. The others are catching up now. That's even in the rich market. Don't be rude. Give them the respect they deserve, but don't offer more than you are legally required. True. Very true. You aren't required to do much at all. Very, very true. Definitely always ask for a lawyer. Anything you can say can be used against you, but nothing you say will help. Very true, Mr. Dutchman. Let me see. Yeah, we don't hate hams. TR Greater X, we don't hate hams. We hate sad hams. Sad hams are the old men who are very, well, watch the show for reference. We make a lot of references to sad hams, and I think you'll get like some of the people who we're talking about. There's a lot of sad hams out there. You're not one of them. You don't sound like a sad ham. Yeah, make sure you understand if you are in a stop and ID state. Yeah, because there are some. The fools tossing all them used batteries into the ocean that could have been used to make shielding for bunkers. I don't know if I want to see a used battery bunker shielding fire if something ever happened on the inside, but yeah, I mean, technically. Let's see. Jake Gardner was on the West Coast when a grand jury indicted him last week for the May killing of James Sherlock in Oklahoma, Nebraska. Last week. That might not be the one yet, because the one I'm talking about committed suicide in front of the VA in Portland. Or committed self-forever sleep. Let me see this one real quick. Okay. Yeah, Jacob Gardner. Am I right? Yeah, it was the day before he was required to turn himself in. He committed suicide. Yeah, it says it right here in his wiki. Outside a medical center in Hillsboro, Oregon. It was the VA, as far as I remember. It's under investigation. Yeah. Well, I agree it should have been, because it looked awful damn suspicious. But at the same time. At the same time. He was in Nebraska, I believe. Yeah, I think that's correct. SOE, tear off IFAC with TQ pouch attached that has been my go-to for a while. Can stick it anywhere with Velcro. Yeah, I like those ones. They're really nice. The little small individualized pouches, I quite like them. Joe, you should affiliate link the suture practice kit. PD, that is an excellent idea, and I guarantee he's going to peel that one. Like, it's a really good one. No, a lot of yeah, right. Holly, no joke. No joke. Let's see. Cold weather gear in a year-round. Helpful in Canada, for damn sure. Not next to your bed. You're not getting up, though. Yeah, you're old. Do I really have to get off the couch? 3 feet away. You can see it 5 feet away. Fantastic. Mumbler, I haven't seen you in chat before. Thanks for responding. I'm backpack by the door. Yeah, that's a good one. I do like it in the backpack. Mine's sitting right next to you. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Dutchman. In the truck. That's a good one for it, PD. One above the fridge right next to the car. Yeah, that's a good one. Good. Yeah, Joe's always got his. All right, I think that's... wait, hold on. Go watch his interview with Allison Morrow. I would be okay with listening to his interview with Allison Morrow. Yeah. I want to watch that for sure. The Dutch said they were inspired by the Canadian truckers. I fully believe that. Alright, we're caught up. So, Watcher, once your computer comes back, you're still game. That'd be awesome, Holly. We'd love to have you on. You rock too, for sure. Aw, well, thank you, Honcho. Much appreciated. Cover things like self-defense in Washington. If you live in Washington, you want to watch the Washington Gun Law channel for updates. Yes, I've actually seen that one. I'm not in Washington, but I have seen them come across my timeline. I follow a couple places. Langley? I want to say one of them's Langley Outdoors Academy. He's pretty good. You mentioned one of them. There's like 2 or 3 others that are like all of the big gun tubers, obviously. Honestly, yeah, see you in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the Council on Future Conflicts. Let's see. All right, we got it, guys. We are all caught up. I also think, unless there's another story you guys want me to cover, I think this is it for the evening. AIDS is trending on Twitter. Of course it is. Of Fucking course AIDS is trending on Twitter. Why wouldn't it be? These 5 housing markets are cooling faster than anywhere. Let me look at those real quick. Of course, San Francisco, Sacramento, Oakland, Seattle, and Stockton. Okay. Nowhere I want to live. Nowhere anyone else wants to live too, apparently. How do you join the Gilded? TR Greater Rex, I'll tell you what, buddy. I will give you, just this once, I will give you the invite to the Gilded. Coleon Noir. I enjoy Coleon Noir. Self-deletion is the term you use. Yeah, when we have to. Yeah, Langley Outdoor is good. It's not a legal perspective, though. Agreed, though he does do a decent job of covering what's going on with the laws. Coleon is fantastic. I like Coleon a lot. I kind of count him as one of the big gun tubers, though. Am I wrong? Like, he's not like Demolition Ranch or anything, but, like, I'd count him as a big gun tuber. Same with, Cannon Hotep, but he doesn't necessarily cover... He does self-defense stuff, but it's not necessarily a legal perspective. But is a good gun tuber to follow. Not big, but I'm a big fan of him. Let's see. Yeah, Coleon is really good. I like Coleon Noir. I also like Magic Noir. I think that's one of the people who's blocked me without me understanding like what happened at all. I think I just got... I don't know, maybe he did one of those things where he blocked everybody who was following somebody, and I did happen to follow quite a lot of people for research purposes, so that can happen. No, Madge Noir, I can still see him. So who was it? Was it Coleon? I hope it wasn't Coleon. No, I can see Coleon Noir. Yeah, I follow him. I don't know who it was, but it was somebody around the same time that Zuby blocked me, chat. You only buy my own guns and review yourself. Ah, Commander Osis. Not a bad strategy. Coleon's arguments are fantastic. I do like them quite a bit. Why do you think they put out the PSA on nukes in New York? That's right. So let's go over that. Let's look up the New York nuke PSA. Let's watch this real quick.
So there's been a nuclear attack. Don't ask me how or why. Just know that the big one has hit, okay? So what do?
There's no specific threat. There's no overarching reason why this is the time we sent this out. It's just one tool in the toolbox to be prepared in the 20...
So... part of this is true, chat. Part of what she's saying here is true. They literally do have a strategy to start putting out these types of things on social media rather than in the classic format that they've done in previous things, which is pamphlets, which nobody reads anymore, and broadcasts via TV and radio, right? And those can only convey so much. So this is like a preparatory thing that they can put a couple $100, like a couple $1,000 into minimum production quality, and hopefully end up with a decent educational thing, particularly if they make a splash. So there is that part of it. Is it remember that like some of these are actual like some of the people at these agencies are at least somewhat trying to do their job, right? And so like if your job is trying to get people ready, it's not a bad idea to have it on social media. The timing, though, it makes me feel like it's just part of ratcheting up tensions before the midterms, guys. Don't switch a horse in midstream is a thing. I think they're trying to get people the idea that we are already at war with Russia, which we're not yet, but I think they're trying to give people the idea that we are. And they want to try and do that whole don't change horses midstream thing. So this is not the one we wanted, though. Let's go and find an actual just the New York Times PSA, not... You know what? No, I guess that's fine. We'll watch this.
For emergency, this is a scenario that people do not...
Duck and cover. Duck and cover is a perfect example, right? Like, this is a modern version of duck and cover, only cheaper.
Feel very confident or prepared for, and so, we wanted to meet that need.
Step 1, Get inside fast. You, your friends, your family, get inside. And no, staying in the car is not an option. You need to get into a building and move away from the windows.
The world is not getting less complicated. I don't know if there's ever the perfect moment to talk about nuclear preparedness, but this is not directly tied to anything happening in Russia or any other part of the world. You know, TV, the movies can take a lot of liberties.
Forget that. I'm holding on to the chain link fence like Sarah Connor. Yeah.
We don't expect this to happen, but you know, we don't know what anything would look like, and so you know, people need those tools. I think for some people, you know, it's scary, and we understand that, but you know, other people have thanked us that we are broaching this topic that really you never want to have to talk or think about.
It's all a psyop, guys, but I don't believe her when she says it doesn't have anything, and then they don't want you to believe it's got anything to do with Russia. I don't believe that. I don't. I don't think that's accurate. False. We made it up. This one was made up in a lab. It never happened. It's a complete fabrication. What do you think, chat? What do you think? I think it's time to look around and see if there's anybody to raid. And if there is, we'll go raid them. And if there's not, then we'll just end it. Huh? I mean, unless you guys, if you're still like really hungry, I was thinking we could do a let's watch of some YouTubers content that we could all watch together at the same time, and I could literally just like Internet Historian or something like that. Do you want to watch just Internet Historian as a way out? Because I'm not seeing anybody live besides Nick. We could go raid Nick, but nobody's gonna notice me. Sent DM via Twitter. Rick, let me check your DM real quick. Post this. Duck and cover? Yes. I love this. I will absolutely post this. I also thought of this.
You and I don't have shells to crawl into like Bert the Turtle, so we have to cover up in our own way. First, you duck, and then you cover. And very tightly, you cover the back of your neck, your face. Duck and cover underneath a table or desk or anything else close by. In Betty's school, they're talking about the atomic bomb, too. Betty is asking her teacher, how can we tell when the atomic bomb may explode? And her teacher is explaining that there are two kinds of attack, with warning and without any warning. We think that most of the time we will be warned before the bomb explodes. So there will be time for us to get into our homes, schools, or some other safe place. Our civil defense workers, our men in uniform, will do everything they can to warn us before enemy planes can bring a bomb near us. You may be in your schoolyard playing when the signal comes.
Oh, that music timing, chat. What?
And get to the nearest safe place fast. Always remember, the flash of an atomic bomb can come at any time, no matter where you may be.
This makes me want to edit this out. This makes me want to cut this into pieces with this music.
The flash comes when you are not in the class. This is what to do. You should be in a corridor. You duck and cover tight against the wall this way. Remember to keep your face.
Hey, good night, good night, TR Grader.
Try to fall
Thank you so much for being here, buddy. We really appreciate you. Send me a DM on Twitter real quick. Oh, wait, I forgot to... Hold on. TR, before you go, here's the link to get on your Guilded server. Get in there.
Duck and cover under the table.
Get in there real quick. Once I see you're in there, I'll delete that so
fall down, can't fall on you. We must know how to duck and cover in the school bus or in any other bus or streetcar. Duck and cover. Don't wait. Duck away from the windows fast. The glass may break and fly through the air and cut you.
That was pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like when stuff like that happens. Yeah, that was pretty fucking perfect. Yeah, no, the whole thing was fucking perfect, dude. Oh man, I need to edit that out and maybe trick it out with some psychedelic colors and stuff. That'd be cool. You guys want to watch a video together before we go? What beat is this? This is called "To Live and Let Die in L.A." To Live and Let Die in L.A. This is near the end of the track. Oh, okay, you're already in there. Cool. Let me remove that, and then I'll go and find the last one and remove that. We like to keep the riffraff out. All right, guys. Do you want to watch a quick video before we go? Do you guys want to watch? We could do a little bit of Internet Historian. I don't think that guy's gonna strike us. He's amazing. He's literally one of my favorite creators. If you aren't subscribed to him, you should immediately go do it. You guys want, we can watch one of these before we go to bed, or we can just go to bed. But I don't mind a shorter Internet Historian video. Friendship ended with Mudasir. 9gag meme rock. All good. Just followed me on Twitter as well. Well, thank you so much, TR Grader. We really appreciate you. Snip it out. Spread it far and wide. Well, I'm gonna... Yeah, I mean, I think I'm probably gonna take that same track and edit it back in. Can you send me the link to the music? Yeah, man. Let me give you the link right now. This is part of a track I like to use often. It's called the 2-hour synthwave mix LA Sunset. And it is the whole thing is royalty free. So it is quite nice. You can use it in all kind of stuff as long as you give the artist attribution. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Adonis Paul Pleasure Palace is a YouTube channel reminiscent of the late night TV shows of past with a modern twist. I will take a look at that real quick. Oh, you guys, I might be on another show tomorrow as well, depending on what times things work out to. So I've actually, let me dig this up real quick. I got invited to come on, oh, let me pull this up here real quick. Let me see. I've got to give you guys the link. That's not the one. Anyhow, I've been invited to an EFAP by Arthur the Hat, who is he's let me find his channel again. It's because I always have a problem because his name is Arthur the Hat, but that's not what his channel is called. But I am subscribed to his channel. Let me just look through my subscriptions here real quick. Nope, it's none of those. It's none of those. It's none of those. It's not Yellow Flash. It's not Ridgedale. Oh, it's Ridgedale. That's it. It's Ridgedale Brand. So I might be going on Ridgedale Brand for a bit of an EFAP about 2A stuff.
I'm Arthur Nix. I'm Mitch Newman.
I am a big fan of these guys. If you don't already subscribe to them, I really think you should. Let me drop you the link here real quick. If I can make it, I will. I have a standing invitation onto the Ridgedale Brand show, and I will definitely be taking that at some point. I like them. I watch their content when I'm able to catch it and I have some free time. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it tomorrow because we do have limited time with our sheriff friend. But if I can get Joe set up to a place where he can hang out with the sheriff for a little while I'm doing something on the Ridgedale Brand channel, I will potentially try and make that work out. We're gonna see. Let me look up Adonis Paul Pleasure Palace. I hope I am not going to be... Oh, look at that. Look at this animated face. He's live right now?
Question, What's the difference between indentured
Yes.
servitude and
Chat, we're going to go raid this. I've never heard of him before. We're going to go raid this channel. I like his face. I don't even know what his politics are.
slavery had
But
too much nuance. So let me ask you a different one. What's a woman?
I like his voice.
And you
I like
beat
his
them. Would you
face.
be my slave, my
Are
servant,
you
if
guys
wanna
ready
pedantically-
to?
It wasn't
Will you
written in
guys
English
come
anyway.
raid with me? Are you guys good? Like, if you're down for a raid, give me a 1 in chat. Do you guys know how to do the old school style raid that I do? This is like back. This is what we used to do, like back in the caveman days of Twitch, where raids were not official, and like you could feature someone's stream on your channel, but it was like in the backwards arcane section of the website that you don't know
You're allowed
about.
to sell your daughter into slavery to a neighboring country.
So is anybody down to come raid Adonis Paul with me? We're just gonna go hop into his chat. He's based. He seems pretty based. We're losing viewers by the second, though. It's probably because we're about to sign off, chat. We're just finding a good place to stash ourselves for that sign off. If we just got one, we'll probably just go hang out in the chat. We won't do an official raid. That's embarrassing. But if we've got several people who are willing to come with us, we'll actually go do an official, like, old school weirdo. We're all going to say the same thing in the chat raid. It's a lot of fun. All right, Mr. Scott. If it's just you and me, why don't we talk, Mr. Scott? If I'm reading this correctly, are you Nix? And if so, contact me. Let's talk. Can I get you on the line for a moment? Contact me through Twitter. Been watching him since he was Angry Pepe. Oh, okay. I like the cut of his jib. You're off to bed, Holly. It's fantastic. Don't need much beauty sleep like Joe, but you need some. Yeah, I hear ya. I am also doing the same thing. I'm just trying to find a good place to stash all you lovely people that might want to stay up. Alright, so nobody's down for a raid, but I'll tell you what, I am going to go hang out in the Adonis Paul chat and see what he's all about. And I invite you to join me. Talk to you soon, guys. Oh, wait, no, hold on. That's 2. Nah, you know what, guys? This is enough. I appreciate you. I love the hell out of you. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll do a raid next time. Don't worry about it, Hot Show. We'll do the raid next time. I'll see you guys in the morning. Bye-bye.